Hello, everyone. How are we?
All good, mate. All
It's
good.
very calm before the storm. Good evening, everybody. Savva from Savva Talks Spurs, the self-entitled show, my own name, and I've brought some guests on who have also got their own names. Let me introduce them. We have Bob from Bob Spur TV. How are you, sir?
Good, mate. Yeah, a lot happening, and I say a lot happening. A couple of, certainly one going out of the club, which about time.
Sorry, are you trying to steal the hosting job on my content? Is that what you're doing? Everybody, Bob Spur TV. Bob Spur TV.
You snooze, you lose.
Yeah, I wasn't quick enough. Kuva 99. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Tonight, I thought we'll have a talk about. No,
it's too early. We'll get there. And a debut, Mr. Lee Flynn, for your debut. How are you? You well?
Very well, mate. Looking forward to the show.
Good. Looking forward to having you on. Guys, we are going to talk tonight about Tottenham next season, title race or a top four consolidation. But before we do, a couple of bits of news today that I feel we should probably discuss. And no, Kuva, not what you're thinking. First and foremost, welcome to everybody in the chat. I see a lot of the old faces. I say old, I should stop saying that. A lot of the familiar faces who are back with us. Please do me a favour before you do anything, smash that like button, and always remember that any super chats, 50% goes to charity. Let's start. Kuva, I'm going to start with you. Steven Bergwijn. I seem to be saying this about every Spurs player. Another one who splits opinion right down the middle. Oh, excuse me. Splits opinion right down the middle. By all intents purposes, we've had the here we go from Mr. Romano. 28 million, I think they reckon, in pounds. Going to the Dutch league to play for Ajax. Good deal for them. Good deal for us. Good deal for him. Talk to me about it.
No, he covered it there.
Brilliant. All right, moving on.
No, all right. Yeah, he's a good player. There's no doubt he's got some skills. He's got the pace. He can score a few goals, but he never seems to consistently do it for us. Whether it's constantly injured or lack of form, he doesn't seem to force his way into the team on a regular basis. And it's just like he's sat there wasting his career with us. It's far better. He moves on. We get some money. He gets his career back. Ajax get a player. We can invest in somebody else. It's just not worked out. Unfortunately, it is that way with a few players. But I'm not one for hanging on to him just for the sake of it and then saying he'll come good next season. Clearly, he doesn't fit. Otherwise, he would have been playing all the time.
Okay. Lee, let me come to you. Steven Bergwijn, 4 managers now. No one seems to fancy the bloke. I'm not talking looks-wise, but no one seems to want to give him a run of games. Would you have given him a run of games? Has he been treated harshly?
I don't think so at all. I think he come in, obviously, the first goal against City, and everyone was in high hopes. And I just don't think he knuckled down and wanted to be a proper Premier League player. I think he's in that generation where he's made it in his first contract. What I did like about it was when he got angry, when he was being dropped and getting brought on for a couple of games. But we're not looking at that squad type player. I just don't think he offers enough to even warrant that. And to get the money that's been shown today, I think it's a good deal all round, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. Bob, any differing opinion to the other two? Would you have kept him? Is he harshly treated, or is this the right time?
I've been a massive fan of Bergwijn, mate. I think there's a player in him. There was a player in him. I did question why it wasn't being played under Nuno. It played quite a bit, I think. Shaun THFC says in the comments, he played quite a few games under Mourinho. But I can't be a hypocrite and say I really rate Conte, but then question him why he's not picking Bergwijn and playing Lucas ahead of him. So he obviously didn't fit into the Conte system, Conte way of playing. So, best for all parties. We know he'll smash it out at Ajax. He'll go over there, win a couple of trophies, and good luck to him. Wrong player, not sure, but certainly wrong place and wrong time.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't feel like there's too much more to add on to Bergwijn, is there? Like, there's no malice there. I don't think he's done anything particularly wrong. I don't think he's done anything particularly right. It's just not a match. Before we get onto our main talking point, and I want to slip in a little conversation about Longley, but before we do, I'll be honest, I'm really upset, lads. And do any of you want to know why?
No.
Can I tell you anyway?
Yeah.
Right. I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you. If I read one more time that Ndombele, who apparently Ndombele is apparently back, and we've seen loads of videos of him running in training and looking fit and doing this and doing that, and he's going to be the attacking midfielder we need. Guys, I just can't handle this. Lee, let me start with you. Tanguy Ndombele, this will be the 4th year of him at Tottenham Hotspur. Why do I still see messages from people saying Ndombele, that he's crazy brilliant and we just need to unlock potential? What is it about this guy that people can't let go of?
I can't stand the fella. I just think there's nothing about him whatsoever. He can't change in a positional sense. He could drive a ball forward, but he's going to lose it to every player that comes near him. Scored one audacious goal against Sheffield United, and people started liking him. He's a baller. And I've had this. I was talking to a girl and her son a little while ago, and I said, Ndombele, and he was like, oh, he's quality. He's 9.5 though. And I said, but do you actually watch football? I just think he's lazy. He's bone idle. He thinks the world owes him a living. He should be shot if we can't get him out of there. And not for me, mate. Not when you could look at Leon, and he struggled around their squad again last season.
Yeah.
And you look at someone like Auer, who's, by all intents and purposes, available for around 20 million. And I would snap that up if there was a sort of some deal that could have been made for him to stay. But even Leon don't want him.
Yeah. I mean, Kuva, let me bring you in here. I mean, I feel like half the issue could be the fact that this guy hasn't delivered for 3 years and is on 200k a week. Would it make sense for him to go on another loan and kind of run down his contract? Or does it need a 20 million, get him out of here, pay off a bit of his wages as well, and just start fresh? Or do you want him staying?
As far as I'm concerned, literally anything that gets him out of the door permanently. Conte wasn't in the slightest bit bothered about getting him out on loan last season. What's changed since then? What performances have there been? He's done nothing for Leon. He certainly hasn't come and played for us again. Why all the big hype about him? All we're seeing is a player we want to get rid of, doing some training to keep himself fit, hopefully for a permanent transfer to anywhere. Don't care where. Take any amount, just get him off the books. Don't want him anywhere near the squad, especially not training with the youngsters. What a bad example that would be. Fans are turned on him. Manager doesn't want him. Does nothing. What's the point? Complete waste of money. Worst signing we've ever made.
Yeah, agreed there. Agreed.
Just before I come to you, Bob, Jordan, shut up, stop winding me up. You know my feelings on Ndombele and the word pivot. Everything's a pivot now. It used to just be
ballers.
It used to be called a midfield partnership. Now it's called the double pivot. Bob, can you throw any light on this? Is there any way in which Ndombele should be given a 4th year to prove himself on 200 grand a week?
I've been a salesman for like 20 odd years now within the car industry. So as time has gone on, so has technology. And in today's climate, if you want to sell a car that's been on the pitch for too long, you make a video of it and you put it out there. It becomes a marketing tool. That's exactly what Spurs are doing with Ndombele at the moment. They're showing all his training footage and they're putting it out there. So he's basically, put into the market. And some suitors were looking at it and thinking, oh, yeah, look. Listen, there's no doubt there's ability there. Me personally, I think ability-wise, he pisses all over Pogba. He really does. He's got loads more. And I said this a while back. I've seen him do stuff with a football I've only seen Gaza do. Ability-wise, there's no question. It's up there. It's up there, and his belly. I was going to point down there. It's his belly, his diet, and his mindset. You can have all the ability in the world. I sound like a broken record.
Can anyone else hear feedback? Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear a bit. Yeah,
I can hear a little bit. Yeah.
Don't know if you're going to mute people or.
I hope Dembele does end up like Gaza and goes on the piss quite a bit. That's about as best as he's going to do.
Without all the, even with all the ability, Lee, if you haven't got that, if you haven't got the mindset, if you haven't got the drive, it means fuck all, man. It means nothing. And unfortunately, he's going to be one of those, players who have all the ability. It'll be another Tarapt.
Yeah,
It'll be one of those. It'll be what's this called? The one from Man United, Ravel Morrison. It'll be one of those.
Yeah.
All the talent, but unfortunately, no career.
What I really don't understand is why we always have fans that will back players that come in for no justification at all. Yeah. Emerson, he's going to come good. It's a player who's had nothing to do with the club before. He's come in for one season, been awful for all of it, and then not as awful for a few matches at the end, and suddenly give him time, he'll come good. It's based on nothing. Why all the loyalty to these players we can just replace? What's he done to earn that kind of that sort of loyalty from the fans? Same with Hill. What's he done?
I think it is. I mean, we can differentiate. We can see his talent, but his lack of drive. And I think some people, no detriment to them, can't see that. I can see. We can all see there's a talent there. But without that drive, man, it means fuck all. So, there is a bit of feedback there. I'm going to put myself on mute, Sav, see if it goes. All right, mate.
All right, mate.
I just think with all these players we're talking about, if they were in a normal walk of life and doing jobs like what we do, they wouldn't get past their probation period.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And then it's questioning sort of Levy again as to why he conducted the interview to get him sort of 200,000 a week, and that it just questions the shrewdness of how people think about him.
Again, so I'm just going to bring up a couple of comments. I like to bring up a couple of comments. First and foremost, so Sharpotty saying there will be buyers from 100%. Worse players like Iwobi have gone for 30 million. Winks will go, etc. Now, for me, listen, I'm not sticking up for Iwobi in any way, shape or form. I do not rate Iwobi. But what's Ndombele done that Iwobi hasn't? This is what I don't understand. When we talk about worst players, I think this guy, pound for pound, is the worst signing this club has ever made. And you think the money and the resource that has gone into him. Then I'm sorry, Stel, I love you, brother. You know I love you, brother. But sorry, what a load of nonsense is Stel chatting, right? Wasn't played his correct position or the right way. The period he was played correctly was high up the pitch under Jose. Right, first and foremost, Stel, again, when we have these chats, if anyone had watched Ndombele play at Lyon, that's not his position. High up the pitch was not where Ndombele played for Lyon in the Champions League season where everyone was raving about him. He played almost like a deep-lying playmaker, and everything started at the back. So all of this nonsense is the same thing I heard with Lo Celso. It's always, same with Winks. they're played in the wrong position. I've seen them played all over the pitch. They don't do anything anywhere. Sorry, I'm not. I'm not having it. Sorry, Stel. Guys, what is it with our fans? Not Stel, by the way, not Stel. But what is it with our fans? Where is that feedback coming from? That is driving me potty.
Lee, do you want to try and mute yourself? Because I think me and Kuva have tried. And
I'll try, mate.
Then we'll try and then we'll see what's.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Bob and I were on mute for quite a while there. Nothing was up, and it was still happening.
So, Lee, when you're not talking, just mute. That's it. That's all you need to do. Yeah. So, guys, let me ask you this: why then? Why is our fan base so insistent on giving everybody 3-4 years of chances? We've done it with Lo Celso, Ndombele, Sanchez, Bergwijn. It's like we never go, do you know what? You've had some time. It's not worked. See you later. We constantly want like a good news story where the player rises from the ashes and all of a sudden you've got a phoenix. Why do we do this?
I have got a theory on it. I think it's the need to sort of show that you're a better fan, like you supported the player through everything, and then you can say at the end of it, "I told you so." Just believe in the player, and I think we're all guilty of that in some ways when it's somebody we like, but it does seem to be more and more nowadays. People are accepting of just really average players that something. I mean, I'm not calling the bloke out because I'm getting on with him like a house on fire, but it's like David Harris over on Tottenham Hotspur. On the Irish Hotspur, sorry. And we were talking about Emerson. And I was saying, well, what is it you really like about him? And then towards the end of the discussion, he says, you know what I like about Emerson? I don't know. I just like him. There's no reason for it. And I thought, thank God, somebody has just given an honest answer for it. It's just, like something about a player. I can get that. But it's all the justifications for the likes of Emerson and Ndombele. There's nothing to back it up with. Right. It's just purely a judgment call on a player that's been failing with the club. And I just don't understand where they earn this sense of loyalty. It's really baffling.
Do you think it's just a type of fan base that we have? I mean, I remember last season where we was in a different group, Savva, and I can't remember her name, but we was watching the first half against Man City, and she turned around and said that Skip was the best player on the pitch. And I said, but what game have you been watching? Like, it's a generation thing that I think. Like, we're diehard fans that we want to see the club do well. We want to see players do well. We'll back them for a while as well. But there comes a point you have to draw a line under these and say, this isn't what we need.
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, let's welcome Shaun to the show. Hello, Shaun. How are we?
Wonderful. How are we?
Shaun, let me get you straight in. Ndombele, I don't know where it's come from. All of a sudden, he's turned up at training, which I would bloody expect on 200 grand a week. I would expect to see my employee in, and all of a sudden, it's hang on, this is his year. He's going to come good. What's your opinion, Shaun? Ndom Fat Belly. What's your opinion?
Well, look, he makes those elastic bands stretch just a little bit more, and as such, I think we have to give him a second chance. I think we have to factor him into the squad.
Kick him off.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, obviously ridiculous. I don't think there's any hope for him, but a lot of people do suddenly. A lot of people are suddenly getting excited. It's weird.
I mean, Shower Posse. I mean, if anything, I have taken the emotion out of this. It's the Spurs fans that can't take the emotion out, that keep wanting to see these bad players given another chance. Somebody else up here has said, so we should have got rid of Son after his first year. I mean, hasn't Ndombele been here 3 years? Let's move on, guys. Let's move on. Now Shaun's here, I want to talk about the main point. Lots of posts and talks that I've been speaking to people about this week have been about what can Tottenham Hotspur achieve in the 2022-2023 season. Now, look, you know me, you know my opinion, but guys, what's happened that suddenly has made so much of our fan base believe a title charge is on the cards? And do you guys believe a title charge is on the cards? Let me start, Kuva. Let me come to you. What's happened? What have I missed?
Well, the quad's on, isn't it? Obviously. Look, we've got to look at what's been happening in the past. We had that horrendous start to last season. With Nuno averaging 1.5 points a game, no direction, anything like that. With this basically the same players, Conte took over. Got a couple of good additions in January, granted, but by and large, it was the same group of players, and he's changed that up to averaging 2 points a game, which is what he does over his career. Now, if you look at it, this being his first full season starts this year rather than last year, because this is the first time he'll have a pre-season. This is the first time he's got to be getting in players that he's really wanted during a summer window. Well, apparently.
Yeah.
We should be off to a much better start than last season. Even if we hadn't signed anybody, you'd assume the points tally would fit in with what Conte does, 2 points a game. That'll put an extra 5 points on our total from last season, up to 76 points. A pre-season, is it unreasonable to assume that the team that's all gelled together and trained together and knows what they're doing for next season could add another 5 points or so on? I think it's reasonable. Then you look at the signings that are coming in to improve those positions that we were lacking in. How much does the likes of Perisic strengthen that left wing-back slot? I'd say that's worth a few points. I'd say Bissouma's worth a few points. You put it all together, I'm looking at us getting somewhere around the 90 points mark, more than we've ever done before. Now, all that was required is the likes of City and Liverpool to not fire in the way that we know they can do. So it is dependent on that. But why not? Why is it written in stone that Liverpool and City are definitely getting 100 points next season? It isn't. Things can go wrong. Players sometimes don't fit. You can get key injuries to players. God knows what happens during the course of a season. So if we get in there around the 90 points mark, and I do think that's possible and what we should be aiming at, let's see what happens. If we're in the running for it at the end, as Conte says, anything can happen. If you 10 games to go and you're in the running, game on. That's what I believe in. I believe in Conte that much. I do believe we're going to be winning a league title with him. If this season is a little bit too much of a stretch, because it's not his second full season, this is his first full season coming up, maybe too much of a stretch, season after we're going to be even stronger. And let's not forget, he's taken over a squad with Harry Kane and Son Heung-min in the team. And no other rivals, certainly below us, have anything near that to offer. It's only City and Liverpool that we have to worry about.
Okay, Lee, let me come over to you then. So Kuva said, why not? Why can't we close the gap?
Yeah, part of me does think that way with Conte. I think he's not gonna go for top 4. He will try and go further than that. I think if we finish third, that would be another achievement for us next season. But I do think it's going to take another couple of good windows and Conte signing a new contract and staying there and seeing it through. And then I don't see why not, because, it just shows, doesn't it, over the years, these clubs are up there for years and years and years, and things do change. I would love a trophy this season. I think we should go all out for the FA Cup. And if we finished 4th again or 3rd, I'd mark that as a very good season for what we're doing at the moment. If there's a couple of more transfers in, players like Kostic at left back, if we get Pau Torres and Longley, we get someone else in midfield or maybe a striker, who knows with what Conte can do with them.
Yeah, sorry, Stel. Honestly, mate, I feel like you're trolling.
I think you.
The thing is, fans don't hate him, Stel, because of one FA Cup game. Fans, if we're talking about Ndombele, fans don't like him because he's been awful for 3 years and doesn't work hard at all. And it's not a second chance under Conte, is it? This is like chance number 4. He's played under 4 managers now and looked crap under all of them. Scores 1 goal and young fans make a YouTube compilation. The next thing you know, he gets the nickname Ndombele. Sorry, mate, I don't know what you watch. But Shaun, let me come to you before I go over to Bob. A league title, Shaun, for me, I don't know what's happened. I'll say again, I can't see what we've done in the market is anywhere near closing a 23, 24-point gap. And the teams above us are also strengthening as well. Why the optimism? Is it purely Conte?
I don't think we're going to win I don't think we're going to win the Premier League next season. I think we've got a far better chance of winning the Champions League than we had the Premier League. I think we've got a far better chance of winning any cup than the Champions League than the Premier League, because anything can happen on any given Sunday in the cup, right? And I think Tottenham have got a squad that can take on things and and turn up on certain days, and let's see what happens. But I think over 38 games, I think the gulf is too large. I take your point, mate, that 25 points to close is massive. And the reason why we dropped those 25 points, or the reason why there was a 25-point gap last season, was because we couldn't break down the low block teams. And I don't see us having signed anybody that actually solves for that yet. I'm not pessimistic. I'm very optimistic. I'm still very happy with what we've done. I still, like I've said 1,000 times, I still think that the transfer window has been really good thus far. But I still think that there's a lot of work to do. I don't think that Spence is the option. I still think we need somebody who can, unless you're going to want Harry Kane to drop deep again and fill the role, I still think we need someone in the creative playmaker spot. I still think that we need additional help in the left wing back, and I definitely think we need help in the centre back. So whilst it's been very good thus far, I still don't think there's anything to get too excited about. And over a 38 game season, I think that we've maybe closed the gap by 15 points. I like what Kuva was saying, figuring out that the points differential. I like the way you were doing that, Kuv. Perisic definitely does offer you a few more points, and you could argue the same in other places. But I'm on your page, Savva, when it comes to Richarlison. I know how Bob Spur feels about it. I'm not excited about Richarlison whatsoever. I really am not. And so for me, there's still loads of work to be done. And I don't think Tottenham are going to challenge for the Premier League next season. I think we'll push Chelsea for a close third, but I still don't think we'll catch Liverpool or City.
Okay, Bob, just before I come to you really quickly, George Raffis TV, thank you very much. Evening Savva and Co. Little donation for your charity. Should be ready next week. So if you have a slot to get me on at some point, keep doing what you do. Yes, I definitely have a slot you can come on to next week. Oh, yeah. Shut up, Kuva. Shut up, Kuva. Shut up, Kuva. I know where you're going with that. Thank you, George. As you know, half of that money does go to the British Heart Foundation. So if anyone else does want to super chat, please know that's the case. Bob, Shaun's not convinced with Richarlison signing. Sorry, not excited by it. I'm not excited by it. Forster's a backup goalkeeper. Perisic and Basuma yet walk into our team. Is that enough? Going from 1 game a week to 2 games a week, Champions League football, rotation, new players. Is that enough to close the gap as much as we need to?
Well, the way it's going at the moment, so it does look like we're going to get a couple more players in. And who's to say we won't get another attacking midfielder like both myself and Shaun desperately want in. I think we need them options. For me, it's simple. I mean, putting aside my whole, emotional side to it and the fact after what I'd gone through last year, for me, anything's achievable. Hey, why not Spurs winning the title? But it is as simple as Conte. For Conte to do what he did with the shit team or average team, in my eyes, it's harder to make a poor team good than a good team great. And what he managed to do was make a good team, a poor team really good last season. Put aside that Arsenal fucking bottled it. It is all about Conte, and with better players, Richarlison, it's all about opinions. I think he's going to smash it. I think he's really going to smash it out of the park. Even if he just plays, 30 games for a league and cup, 30 or whatever it is, 20 in the league and 10 in the cup. I think he's going to smash it. I think he'll surprise a few Spurs fans.
I hope so. I really hope I'm wrong. Really hope I'm wrong.
That's just my opinion. But
I agree with you there, mate. I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a key thing, right? Is I think when fans give their opinion, it's not like for example, Shaun and I. Sorry to lump us in, Shaun. We've both said openly, right, that we're not excited by it. That doesn't mean I don't want it to work, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So when he scores a hat trick for the first time, or grabs a couple of goals, and everyone's going to go on like Shaun and me and go, you didn't know.
Yeah.
That's
fine. I'll wear that. I'll wear that badge proudly. I'll say, I'm glad. Well done, Richarlison. I'll be singing his name first game of the season like everybody else.
Of course, we all will. But you're talking about the fans earlier, Sav, and I don't know if Sav was on, Kuva was on. I did a player ratings after the Newcastle game when Emerson scored. he got a 4 out of 10 for me because I acknowledged he scored a goal, and that's the reason he got a 4. But apart from that, Maximum had him on toast, mate. He couldn't even cope. He was being twisted inside out, gave away the free kick, lost the man. It wasn't for Romero, it would have been all over us. And that's, I think, you asked what the biggest issue was within the fan base, why we're getting carried away. It's because some fan base can't differentiate.
Yep.
Just because I gave Emerson, I've always said, I'll back Emerson. I'll back whoever wears my club's shirt. I'll back him all the way because he's representing my club. But if he's shit, don't shy away from the fact that he's shit or he's had a shit game. I called out Kane a few games against Brian. He was shit. That doesn't mean I hate him. I want him to, I want him out of the club. I want to sell him. Same with Emerson. I thought he was shit against Newcastle. How dare you give him a 4 out of 10? Oh, the amount of shit I got for that. He was shit against in that game. He was he scored a goal.
Yeah,
I do remember that one, Bob. I gave him a 5, and that was only because he scored.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Does anyone think though with Richarlison that he's just got that bit of nastiness and that spite about him that Conte likes in a player?
Yeah.
And it worries me about his yellow cards. He's very prone to a silly challenge, but he's also a fighter, and I think that is something we definitely need to see more at Tottenham.
Yeah.
I think it's a big layout to get someone of that ilk. I'm sure there was other players, but but that is the type of player that Tottenham have been missing for the last 6-7 years.
Yeah.
But no one here, Lee, but there's a big argument. Rafinha's got the better temperament. I'm not worried about Rafinha than what I would be Richarlison.
Yeah.
Rafinha only got 2 less yellow cards, man.
Yeah.
But not only that, I just think if we are signing Kulusevski, it's sort of putting him out of joint if we was to bring a Rafinha in.
Yeah.
Good. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Just quickly,
Just
wanted to quickly ask: is there, like, to you, Savva, like I love Bob Spur twists my arm every single time I hear his take on Richarlison. My rubber arm starts to get a little bit more like turn. I walk away from a conversation with him, and I'm like, no, I'm not that excited. And then I listen to a bit more, and I am. And I want to ask you, Sav, are you slightly are you more optimistic than you were when you remember when Bob Spur reminds us that he's done what he's done for a really poor Everton team, and there's plenty of examples of players that looked okay but not great in poor teams, and then when they transfer into teams that are a bit more exceptional going forward, then you allow the guy to to spread his wings and fly a little bit.
Look, I mean, I think first and foremost, I just want to go on the record and say all I can do is I can only hear myself in feedback. By the way, guys,
I can hear feedback as well.
Lee, is that your thing?
Oh, it is right now.
Yeah, it's okay now. Yep.
What I would say is I've never said that the Richarlison signing is a bad signing.
Yeah.
I just think he just doesn't excite me. Now, I can't help that, right? I can't, it's the sort of thing, no fan can make another fan excited by someone they don't want to be excited by. That will come from the performances on the pitch where I turn around and go, well, do you know what? Actually, it does excite me as a player. What I've seen so far, I think clearly there's ability there. He scored some good goals. He plays up front for Brazil. But I don't know, there's just something, and I don't know what it is, Sean.
I'm with you. I just hope that maybe when he's put in a Tottenham team where he's getting fed delicious balls from Bissouma, where maybe Perisic is bombing down the left and winging something in, and he's on the right side. Maybe Kulusevski dropping back with his left foot and putting it into. Maybe there's going to be a lot more opportunity for Richarlison to sink or swim, and we haven't seen that in an Everton team that have struggled for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
It's also the mentality, isn't it, Sean? Last one. I know you want to move on, stuff, but for him to come around and say to the fan base, Everton fan base, "Don't worry, I'm here. I will get us out of trouble." They were bottom 3 that time. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm here. I'm going to get you out of trouble. And ends up scoring 6 out of 9 towards the end of the season. Yeah. And literally, and it is. I know the word literally can be overstated and be used incorrectly. But he did literally save Everton from going down.
I know. But have you seen
Richarlison's
Richarlison's like opening interview with Tottenham?
No, I've missed that. What was it today or?
I don't know. It was a couple of days ago. Maybe it was the last thing I saw of him. It might not have been his Tottenham thing, but the last interview I saw from him in terms of excitement, like an ISIS hostage negotiation, looked like it was more excitable than Richarlison's. Like,
no, that was a goodbye interview for Everton fans.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked so
sad.
like,
it was sad and somber.
so sad. I was like, I've seen people about to get their head chopped off with a little bit more energy.
No,
to be fair, that's more a cup of tea for me. Always good negotiations, ISIS.
Well, that's a good thing as well, because he does the chicken thing. If he gets his head chopped off, he'll run around like crazy.
Do a lamella.
Right, let's move on before that conversation goes any further down.
One more thing to say about Richarlison as well, and it keeps getting overlooked. He has had 36 caps for Brazil.
Yeah.
They're currently a form team. He scored 14 goals in that amount, which isn't a crazy amount, but it's a good, solid return still. And he's forced his way into a team full of Brazilian superstars. That cannot be underestimated. This bloke is quality. He will prove it. He might not get 35 goals a season, but he's going to add to what we've got. And if we get back to that state where we got 4 or 5 players all chipping in with 15 goals a season, which he is capable of doing, we're on the right track, because we're not going to be conceding many.
Yeah. Okay, so look, just want to move on. A couple of things. I'll tell you what is scandalous is that there's over 200 people in this chat and there are only 55 likes. Guys and girls, that means 3/4 of you don't like it, but you're watching. Please hit the like button.
They're all being Ndombele, and Ndombeles are being lazy. Come on, man.
They're all, come on. Let's not be a fan base of Ndombeles. So, guys, what I wanted to do for the next couple of comments, and I'll get everyone a chance to answer on each club. I want to look at the clubs around us then. So when we talk about, are we going to be top 4? Are we going to challenge for a title? I've seen fans say that we are comfortably 3rd. For some reason, we've apparently completely taken over Chelsea and won in 4 weeks. I don't know how, but apparently we have. So I want to talk about those clubs, see what's going on there, and how do we match up against them. So I want to start by talking about Manchester United. Now, Man United are a club that have been a complete mess for years. I think the second place finished under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, papered over a multitude of cracks. They now seem to have a manager that has an ethos, has a style of play, and already you can see from the players he's buying, he is going to buy players that play for teams that play in the mould that he plays. If you look at the left back he's bought from Feyenoord, plays that way. Eriksen plays that way. Frankie de Jong plays that way. Van der Beek and de Jong, that partnership back together again. They've got Bruno Fernandes and Eriksen as attacking talents. Seems like their spending is going to continue. Let me start with you, Shaun.
Yeah.
Most Spurs fans, when I ask this, are going to say no. Are we being too arrogant when we completely dismiss Man United now in terms of, they're miles behind us, we're going to easily finish above them next year?
Yeah, we are. But yes, we are. It's too early to tell. 48 hours ago, I was laughing at Man United. Everyone that thought they were going to sign was suddenly turning them down last minute, and they were going a different way. Then you had the Ronaldo news. It was comical stuff. But then suddenly Christian Eriksen joining them, even though I'm not entirely sure where Christian Eriksen fits into that squad or to that formation. It's a bit of a weird one. But him going there definitely makes them stronger. And the De Jong deal looks done. And like you say, the final left back, like they're definitely starting to do bits. And I don't think Manchester United will challenge the top 4 this season, but I think that they will be a threat. They will start to do things. Or I think option B, how the guys in the panel here are saying the difference between Tottenham and why we can challenge for the Premier League is because of Conte. I would say that for me, the biggest unknown that I but I find interesting to think about is Erik ten Hag. Since he's been at Manchester United, his relationship with the media has been utterly shambolic. He doesn't know I don't think he has any idea how important the relationship from a Manchester United manager is with the media. And if you start that relationship off on a bad foot, the media can start a narrative and can heap pressure on the manager. And the way that he started off the relationship, having security guards pushing Sky Sports journalists away as he walks towards a taxi, all that stuff, I think he doesn't have any idea what he's let himself in for. And I think that on to the one hand, I think that Man United are doing bits. I don't think that they're going to be a threat this season, but next season they might be if it all goes well with Ten Hag. But I also think there's an outside chance that Ten Hag might completely crumble under the pressure of the media speculation, the media spotlight that they're going to always throw on him. If they start the season badly, he might just really, really suffer and struggle with the pressures of media management in the Premier League.
Okay. Kuva, I'm going to come to you. Just before I do, just want to say, Les, thank you. I know you've WhatsApped me as well. Thank you very much for the donation, my friend. Elias, thank you very much for the donation as well. Always welcome. Sam G, I just want to quickly come to your point here. When you say I bang on about Levy not spending money, and then when he does, you say you aren't excited by it. I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I don't think it just means because you buy something, I have to, as a fan, be excited. Sorry, I don't know what anyone else thinks, but it doesn't.
Just quickly on that, Sam, I'm the opposite, right? I'm someone who defends Levy, and the fact that he spent a lot of money on a player, by your rationale, I should be excited about that, but I'm not excited about the fact that he spent it on Richarlison. So I agree with Savva. It's not mutually exclusive.
Okay, so Kuva, talk to me. Man United, everyone, we're all writing them off. They seem like they're going to go big in the market. I think the reason for me, I think they've got a lot to do. I also think I think they've got a lot to do, but the De Jong, Van der Beek, Eriksen, Bruno, that four in the middle for me just screams to me that they're going to be good, like to watch. I think that they're going to get some good football out of them playing the Ajax Ten Hag way that those three, other than Bruno, are used to. Anything in there that would make you worry, or are they too far behind us?
Well, that collection of midfielders, you said, sounds really good. I'm going to enjoy watching Basuma tear through them like a dad playing against his little kids. There's nothing to worry about. Man, people are dismissing us for like title talk because we finished 22 points behind City, which seems a lot. Man United finished 35 points behind City. Yet they're suddenly going to be coming back all that way. No chance. We're looking to win. We're looking to push on and hope to have just that little chance at winning the league next season. It is a slim chance, but it is a chance. We have to be there to take it. I believe we will be. Man United got a much longer rebuild. They're not doing that just this summer. They'll come back. I think Ten Hag is a good manager. I'm not sure if he's going to get enough time at United to prove that, but they're starting to make the right sort of signings, I'd say. They'll be a much more attractive to watch team next season. I'm sure of that. But I don't think we have to worry about them. I'm not looking at them at all. I'm not looking at Arsenal. I'm not even looking at Chelsea. I'm looking purely at Liverpool and City. It's the ones that were above that. I mean, Chelsea, we would have finished above them if we'd had Conte from the start of the season. Going on the theory that he averaged 2 points a game, we would have had 5 more points, finished above them. So I'm not even looking at
Can I just ask, Kuva, because you bring that up a few times. I'm just sitting on the fence here. Everyone's talking about this 2-point average that Conte brought to the team. I think we've got to take into account that a lot of that 2-point average is on the basis that we played one game a week for about 6 months. Is there not any doubt that because we're going to be playing Champions League and, we're going to have weekend league games, then Champions League, then is there not a danger that even if we add that average could drop? And I'm just sitting on the fence. That's all.
Not for me.
Not
for me. This time we're going to have pre-season. Conte's going to get them in the sort of fitness levels he wants. Don't forget, last season he had to pick up from Nuno mid-season. There was no chance to get all these fitness and training regimes in place. We had game after game. He couldn't do it. It must have been a nightmare for him. We struggled at first. So it's not just Nuno's reign we were dropping points. We also had that period of adjustment under Conte where he's trying to get his system into place. That's why I say I'm not even counting that as his first season. This one coming up is his first season because it's the one where he's had the very start of pre-season, get everything in place. And we have strengthened our squad. We might not have the stellar signing that some people are looking for, but we have definitely strengthened that squad. Richarlison's key to it up front. Perisic, brilliant signing. Basuma, my God, he's going to be smashing people around. We're going to be cheering his name. We are no longer those little pushovers we used to be in previous seasons. And I think we'll be going to be turning our ground into a fortress again. People are going to be shitting their pants to when if they draw us in the cup, they're going to have fear. And I don't care who it is. Even the likes of City already know we can beat them.
Okay, so Lee, I'm gonna come to you here. Just before I do, keep smashing those likes, guys. Keep smashing the super chats, and remember that 50% does go to charity. Lee, Man United. Again, I'm not talking about Man United for the title. I'm just talking about, is there a danger that we finish below Man United next year?
No way, not at
okay.
all. I think they're going to have another difficult season. I think with them, they've fell so far from grace with all them Premier League titles and all them managers coming in that there's no stability around the club as well. There's more going on than just on the pitch, and it seems to be filtering through. I don't think they're buying decent players. I think they're all right. I mean, look, not decent players.
Hang on. So are we saying that the likes of Eriksen and Frankie de Jong are not decent players?
I think Eriksen's a decent player, and I would have loved him back at Spurs, but de Jong's a good player. But I just don't think what else they've got round them. Like today, they've gone and bought a left back. What was the price? 12.9 million. Like, it's not a marquee signing, is it? You know, I just feel that they're really struggle. I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, and I'd be surprised if Ten Hag saw out 18 months.
Okay. Bob.
Deadly, well said, mate. I like that.
Okay, so not decent players. Let's pick up on a point that Lee's made there. Not marquee players, i.e. the left back. Could it be argued, and again, before everybody has a go at me in the comments, I'm just trying to be down the middle. Could it be argued, though, that Man U's problem over the last 3, 4, 5 years has been that they have made a lot of marquee signings and that hasn't been what they've needed? Could it be that we're now seeing Ten Hag go, hang on, I know what I like, because everyone is buying this from the Dutch league, right? I've seen what I like, and they can all play my way. Or like the others, we're not worried about Man U. Where are you with it?
I get a lot of stick, Kuvanos. I get a lot of stick for saying openly, admittedly, Man United are a team I've got a soft spot for. Yeah. During the late 80s and 90s, they were the team that I wanted Spurs to be. You know, I remember the day they won the treble, and I was praying that Spurs had half as good a season as they would. I always looked at them and aspired our team to be like. But I think for next season, Sav, a lot of things need to come together, mate. Ten Hag needs to put his ideas across. And he's not going to do that with his own players. De Jong hasn't joined yet. There's rumours that he might not even join yet. There's nothing guaranteed. You know, a lot of people are going to bring the best out of Van der Beek. The guy's hardly played any games for 2 years. Yeah. He's hardly played any games for 2 years. Don't underestimate Ronaldo possibly leaving. You know, I can't be a hypocrite and say De Jong's not joined and Ronaldo's left. He hasn't left. But it looks like he's going to leave. There's no way that come out into the public domain for him to stay. It looks like he's definitely going. Do not underestimate how much of a loss he would. We want Marcus Rashford to come out of his shell and start scoring again. Eriksen, is he going to be a bit bar player? Is he going to start playing 90 minutes every week? And is he going to bring the goals and assists that he did in peak Poch time? No, I don't think he will. I think he's going to be one of the first managers, if not the first manager, to get sacked next season, because I think he's overrated. I never wanted him at Spurs when we were linked to him. He's doing it in not a farmers league. He's done it in a league where there's hardly any competition, man. Who's it? PSV. I think Stell mentioned it. Under his stewardship, they have bottled it a few times in big games. I just don't see anything. And Shaun mentioned his attitude towards media. If you fall out with the media, man, you're fucked. Regardless, one way or another, you can have four wins in a row.
100%.
And if you don't make it with the media, so for me, a lot of things have to come together for Man United to be a success. I don't see any of that happening.
Okay.
Can I just add quickly, guys, as well? Yeah. With Ten Hag, like you're saying, Savva, he's buying from what he knows in the Dutch league, and he's going to implement his system in the Dutch league. Them Dutch sides don't do very well in European competition. So what chance would them situations have in a Premier League game? That's where I think the frightening side of it is.
Yep. Can I just say, for anyone that is like Shower Posse and doesn't understand my role, I'm not saying I believe Man U will finish above us and they're going to win the league. I'm asking questions to create a debate. So please grow up, grow that way. Right. So the next team that apparently I support and love all their players. I want to talk about us versus Chelsea. Shaun, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah.
Chelsea's another one. When I speak to Spurs fans now, apparently Chelsea are done. They're dusted. They're finished. They're capitulating. They've lost Christensen. They've lost Rudiger. And we're going to finish above them comfortably. Are you on that same page, or are you looking at them and going, hang on, there's talk of De Ligt, Koulibaly, Raheem Sterling, Conor Gallagher's going back there.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Neymar, Broja.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot. They got a lot of money to spend as well.
Are Chelsea in this downward spiral apparently everyone's saying they are, or are they still the team for us to catch?
Yeah, no, they're in a transition period. Obviously, the leadership thing is moving forward, and it's super interesting watching them. I don't care about Chelsea generally, but since the new fella's come in, Todd Bowler, he's got rid of like half a dozen of their backroom people, operations. He wants to bring in his own vibe and fair play. But also, you have to remember that Chelsea, the new owners, got hold of that club at essentially $2 billion valuation cheaper than what Abramovich was valuing it at, because he had to write off the loan deal, right? So,
yep.
And I've got no idea how that whole thing was legal or like. Yeah. First of all, legal in the actual context of the word. You can't just write down debt like that. I don't know how that. If I did that with my company, I'd go to prison. Right? So I don't know how. You
wouldn't have any debt, would you?
Yeah, but I don't. I don't know how that's legal. But it certainly doesn't make any sense from an FFP perspective. So I don't know how they've got around it. But whatever. We'll just assume that FFP doesn't mean anything. But what they have got is a shit ton of money that they can now, because the FFP is all over the place, so they can spend. Essentially, they've got a lot of money that they could spend and probably will spend. They are slower out of the traps with their dealings. They have to replace Christensen, Azpilicueta, Rudiger, and they haven't done that yet. But they are looking like they're doing bits. The one thing I would say from a Tottenham perspective, it's really beneficial for us to be playing them second in the season, because I think that they will be. The transfer window is open until September the 1st. And so I think that they will probably do a lot of their business after we've probably played them, or they'll at least be slow getting everything done. But do I think that Chelsea are going to be this downward spiraling disaster? No, I don't. I think that Bowler's coming in, and the transition, it might take longer. Who knows, right? It's an unknown entity. A new ownership model, all new backroom teams. Who knows? It's an unknown entity. But if it happens at the speed in which Bowler's looking like he wants it to start to take shape, then I think that they will have they could potentially or very easily have a very strong name-by-name squad by the start of the season. But how long it will take for those players to gel, how long will it take for those players to fit into the Tuchel system is up for debate. But do I think Chelsea are just going to vanish into insignificance? Absolutely not. I think that they are still the team for us to compete with and catch next season.
Okay. Lee, Chelsea, one thing we know is new owners coming on board are going to want to impress, right? Now, yes, they've lost Rudiger, they've lost Christensen, but if ever a team other than Man City can go out and just replace, it is those guys. And historically, we are dreadful against Chelsea.
Yeah.
Tell me, are we clear favourites from Chelsea, or do you think they'll finish above us? And this is all hypothetical where we are right now.
I think even with the players that Chelsea have lost, they will replace well. And I just think they're not in the elite standings of a Liverpool and Man City, but they have got that thing there where they're a machine and it's replacing parts. And the types of player they're looking at, Sterling, he's mastered the back post goal and will probably nick 15 to 20 a season.
Right.
I think that they've learned a big lesson with Lukaku. I think Ziyech is going out as well, isn't he? He's going to AC Milan. But as things stand at the moment, and I think with the mentality of Conte, I think that we will be above them this year.
Okay. Kuva, talk to me. Lee makes a great point there. I think Sterling, they're talking about that he's gonna sign in the next few days. I think they're just talking personal terms. Let's be honest. When have Chelsea not signed a player because of personal terms? They can pay what they want. Does he change the dynamic of Chelsea? Adding in then a player like maybe Conor Gallagher going back there, Chilwell being fit again, Reece James with another year under his belt. Where's this drop-off coming from, Kuva?
They've got talent, but I mean they're losing talent as well. So they've got to sign significant amounts of players before they replace what they lost.
Yep.
So how long does it take them to gel? It's Chelsea. I mean, let's be honest. As much as I hate that scummy team, and I really do hate them even more than Arsenal, which is saying something. They're always going to be thereabouts, aren't they? But their manager has been far from convincing last season. They fell away really badly towards the end. Mm-hmm. If the season had gone on longer, we would have overtaken them. I don't think anybody will argue with that, will they?
Can I ask you, Kuva, just quickly while we're talking about Sterling? I mean, I've seen a few people now, they've said Sterling and they're laughing. No matter what we think of Chelsea, no matter what we think of Raheem Sterling, do you know he's got the exact identical goal stats as Heung-min Son, who our fans think should be Ballon d'Or?
I like it.
So why is it when we get a player like Sterling, why do we laugh at that? What's the need for that?
Because he doesn't play for Tottenham.
Right. That's a bit silly, right? Us laughing at clubs buying serial winners.
Mm.
Sorry.
Go on, Bob.
No, I was just going to say with Sterling, I think it's not just Spurs fans. It's fans from other clubs as well. I can hear myself talk. But yeah, I think it's become fashionable to dislike Sterling. He is the person that everyone wants to jump on and say. And unfortunately, I don't want to go into it too much, but because of what he did and brought to the forefront of many journalists, I think there is that as well. Unfortunately, in today's climate, there is a sense of that, in my opinion. I might be completely wrong. With regards to Chelsea, they'll get in a few players, but it's about gelling them together. I thought Tuchel got away with it last season. I really do. I think they were so underwhelming in the league. They were nowhere near challenging, and they were shit. And I think getting to 2 cup final, I think he lived off the Champions League win last season. If the Champions League win wasn't in the bag, I think he would have been long gone. If Roman was in charge, he would have been gone as well. I think he underachieved last season, and they're getting to cup finals, papered over a lot of cracks. You've got to remember, Lukaku's gone. They're going 3 out of 4 of defence are going to be new players. Conor Gallagher's going to have to come in and make place for himself, so potentially a new midfield.
Yep.
I think we'll finish above Chelsea, but that's not me being emotional. That's me being objective and putting a logical side to the argument. I think he got away with it last season, and I don't think he will. I'm sacking all the good managers this season, aren't I?
Yeah, mate, you are
I think
indeed.
Ten Hag will go. I think Tuchel will go.
You are indeed.
No.
But before we move on, I can't explain enough for idiots like Liam Osborne in the chat how I've not once said I'm worried. I'm posing questions. I mean, if I literally sat here and said, guys, we're better than all these clubs, let's stop talking, we're winning the league, it would be pretty pointless.
That's what I'm
Liam.
talking about.
Devil's
We should have
advocate.
done that from the start.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. See you all later, yeah? Guys and girls in the chat, thank you for those of you who are having a sensible chat. I never said that Sterling was as good a footballer as Son. I said he has the same stats as Son. 2 of these, 1 of these, as I was taught. Guys, we're gonna look at Arsenal. Now, before we move on to the big two, when we look at Arsenal, so far they've brought in, I mean, if you were an Arsenal fan, it'd be pretty underwhelming, right? With Vieira, the US goalkeeper, I think Matt Turner, I think is his name, an 18-year-old from Brazil called Marquinhos, and Gabriel Jesus. If you're Arsenal, is there any way right now that they can sit there and justify being in a top 4 conversation, let alone finishing above a Tottenham Hotspur conversation?
Never. Not for the next 2 to 3 years.
This was their chance, right? They missed their chance by not finishing top 4 this year.
This year, that was where they needed to do it. And I think Jesus, yeah, he's a decent striker, but he's only gone there because of the relationship with Arteta.
Yeah,
he was a player, by the way, I would have loved at Spurs over Richarlison, but I do think Richarlison's got that bit more spite. But I think Arsenal have got a long, long way to go because the way they're doing it with the kids, and although the kids they've got are very, very good. I mean, how Smith Rowe doesn't get a game every week, I'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think they've got the nucleus of a good side, but I see them Europa League.
Okay, Shaun, is there anything Arsenal can do this window that's going to be a threat to us, or are they that far away and they looked better than they did because we had a terrible start to the season?
Apart from get party round for the women.
We're not going to
allegedly.
We're not going to talk about that, Shaun.
Yeah, look. I genuinely think Jesus is a really good player, and I think that he improves them immensely. I think that if they get hold of Lisandro Martinez, I don't know. Apparently, it's a coin flip whether he goes to them or to the Man United. I think that might improve them immensely, right? To play alongside their current back four, which is looking stronger as the days go by. But I do think for them, what Arsenal need, I've said it on a few different channels, I think what Arsenal need to really focus on is their midfield. I think they need someone who can be absolute beast. They missed an absolute trick by missing out on Bissouma. I don't know how we got that through without there being a bidding war or whatever else, but they must not have even been aware of it because Bissouma would have fitted into their system like an absolute hand to glove. And I think that they need a playmaker, and then they need one or two sort of central midfielders, defensive midfielders, or a box-to-box player. Their midfield is absolutely woeful. It's just not good enough. Too much, like the age gap, all that stuff is a little bit too precious to them. They focus on the youth. You know what? End of the day, it's a lovely story, but if you want to try and compete, then you need someone who can come in there and boss the midfield, and they don't have anybody who can show up when it really matters and who can absolutely do a job. Bissouma would have been a great one. I don't know who else is available now. If they find someone who can fill that whole Savva, then maybe they can compete. I don't think it's going to make a difference this summer. Next season, they're going to finish 6th or 7th. So that's how I feel.
Okay. Bob, I'll come to you next. I mean, Arsenal, my personal opinion is I think that if they were going to do anything, and again, taking my Spurs hat off, just being a football fan, that was their opportunity, right, to beat us to top 4. Now I do feel like they're quite a way back. Do you think more than that, it's going to be a struggle for them to even make Europe next year? When you look at the likes of Newcastle spending, when you look at Aston Villa bringing in players, Leicester will probably bring in some players, West Ham adding to their squad. Could this be a case of Arsenal completely fading away from Europe altogether?
Yeah, they're going to finish 7th or 8th. I think Ben White's shit. I think he's overrated. I think Saka has one good game in in 3 or 4. I do like Saka. I've always respected him since he came on for Arsenal in the Mind game, the pre-season friendly. We applauded him and he applauded us back, which was big up on him for an Arsenal fan to do that. So I do like Saka, but I don't Saka, sorry, not Xhaka. I think I totally disagree with Luan, Tom at 81, and Scott M, who think Arteta's overrated. No, I believe he's probably one of the best managers in the world. If anything, he should get about a 35-year contract with Arsenal. That's my personal belief. Is absolutely amazing, and I wish he was at Southampton. I think they like you say, Sav. They had their chance last season and they absolutely bottled it. I don't think I can't see any progression. Jesus and Sean will know this. It was always put to us if we had a choice between Jesus, Rafinha, or Richarlison. Jesus for me was bottom of the pile.
Yeah.
Then it was Rafinha, but Richarlison's always been my number one Kleenex rating. So
I would reverse that personally. But...
Yeah, I know you would. And if I was an Arsenal fan, which I'm certainly not, none of those signings would excite me. Vieira out of retirement, as Google would say, a namesake, a left back, and a Premier League striker who, despite playing in a team with no strikers, rarely got a game. The
jury's going to be out on that. He's got good stats, but he played amongst. Back to the point about Richarlison, right? Richarlison he did okay playing amongst shit. Let's see how he does it amongst better players. Yeah. Jesus he did okay with his stats, but amongst the world's best feeding him. Love to see what he does with a bunch of 20-year-olds feeding him the ball every week. Let's see how he does. The jury's out. It could be interesting.
And of course, they need midfielders as well, don't they? So.
Yeah.
Let me bring you in, Kuva, then to round us off before we go to the big two. Or are they the big two, which is going to be part of the question. Again, reports, I don't believe it, but some will have you believe that Milenkovic, Savic and Maddison are going to Arsenal. Now, talk to me about this. If just humour me, we know it's not happening, but I've got Arsenal fans that truly believe these things. If Arsenal signed Milenkovic, Savic at centre mid, had James Maddison as their playmaker, would that change the story? Would that change the narrative?
No.
Yeah, of course it would.
How can it not?
I just still think that they need men in that team, and that's what they've always thrived on. Look at you, Vieiras and players like that. It showed. Like first game of the season last year at Brentford, got absolutely bullied, and they will get bullied by clubs every year. I don't see it. I think if Maddison went now, I don't think he'd make the England squad. I don't think he'd have. I just can't see him having the influence like what he does at Leicester. But if he came to us, I think he would. I just think that the structure's all wrong at Arsenal at the moment. Too many young players in there. I don't see them doing anything for the next 5 years, and they will keep Arteta there that long. So another club for us not to worry about.
Okay, so Kuva, then let me ask you, because for me, listen, I'll be honest. Those are the two type players that I look at that transforms a team. Because Milenkovic Savic is ridiculously good, and James Maddison is one of, if not in the top 3 playmakers in the Premier League. I'm not saying it's going to happen before everyone has a go at me. Where does that put them in a top 4 conversation? Those two players alone.
Oh, come on, let's look at things logically. I mean, who wouldn't want to come over and play for Arsenal at the moment? On their crusade into the unknown territory of European football again. I mean, Milenkovic Savic, he's going to be gagging for the chance to come and play in the Europa League and be part of this process that still hasn't gotten really anywhere in 3 years so far, has it? Was it 4 years? Who the hell knows how long it is now? He's been at a club almost longer than Wenger was.
Yeah.
So nonsense talk, isn't it? The only chance they got signing Milinkovic-Savic is if his first name is something like Dave, or they're signing like, oh, he's not going to be as good as Derek Messi to come and save us, is he? They're just getting. The thing that got Arsenal's fans excited is they heard Vieira and thought, oh, thank Christ we're getting a new manager. I mean,
would if his first name was Dave, would we still have the Milenkovic in between the Savage, or would it just be Dave Savage?
Dave Savage, I think, yeah.
I just think the only extra signings they're going to make is for a lineup alongside Partey. I don't think football's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
I just thought it's not Dave Savage, is it? It should be Robbie Savage.
Robbie.
Okay, so look, no, come on, Arsenal. I mean, the only threat they pose to us is if they get close at any point in the season and we start suffering from a condition called hypernatremia, which is
someone needs to go on mute. Someone's got to go on mute.
Yeah, hypernatremia. If they get too close to us, we'll suffer with that. It's more commonly known as salt poisoning, because it'll be all their fans and Arteta going, it's not the Vieira I was hoping for. It's just Christ. They've got nothing.
Before we move on to the main topic of conversation for this show, please keep hitting the like button. We are on 95 likes. We can get another 5 to 50. And feel free to send any super chats if you like charity. Please like charity. It's good. It's a good thing. Boys, let's look at this now. You five have completely dismissed the rest of the rest. All of you have dismissed them. That leaves the big two, Manchester City and Liverpool. Realistically, I'll start with you, Shaun.
Okay.
Man City and Liverpool. The thing for me with those guys, it's not just that I know people go, well, 4 or 5 signings and we can potentially battle with them. For me, it's about the longevity and the experience that they've got. You know, it wasn't that those two teams put together their squad overnight and were suddenly champions, which is what people think is going to happen with Antonio Conte at Spurs in one summer. So is there any way in which you see that those two teams having a worse season than last year in which Spurs can capitalise?
Yeah, well, only one, not Manchester City. They just go from strength to strength. You know, they might be letting go of Sterling and Jesus, but they brought in Julian Alvarez and Erling Haaland in their place. Yep. Obviously, Alvarez is a bit of an unknown, but they both are unknown in the Premier League. But I don't think there's much doubt about how good they both are. For me, Alvarez, I think, is going to be. I think he'll play more minutes than we would imagine. I think obviously everyone knows how good Haaland's going to be. Yep. And then they've got to bought Calvin Phillips as well. They're going to get Cucurella, all that stuff. So they're just strengthening not just for the now, but for the next 5 years as well. They signed Calvin Phillips on a 6-year deal. It's madness. Yeah. It's great. It's amazing for them. You'd love to see it if you're a City fan. They're going to be good for a long time to come. Liverpool's where you might, if there's any slip-ups on their behalf, then that's the team that you might be able to, in a dream world scenario, gazump. Because I know they've just re-signed Salah, but they have lost Sane. I have, Luis Diaz. I still don't think he's that spectacular. He's a bit of a seeing eye test, wet dream. Looks fantastic to watch, but not that spectacular with his statistics. And we'll see what happens with him. And I think they let go of Origi. I think they go of Jota. They're letting go of a lot of the players that kind of make things happen for them. They've got a bit of an aging, the people in midfield are getting very old now. So we'll see what another year of ridiculous work rate, the impact of that on their legs. Although it probably won't, considering 75% of them have got asthma and they're all allowed to take those inhalers and things. That whole thing is an absolute shit show. But if there's one of those two teams, Savva, that's going to potentially give us a chance to get closer to the title, it's not going to be City. They just strengthen every year and they just go and cherry pick the best players. Liverpool, I think, is potentially weaker this year than they were last year. And then if they get a couple of bad injuries or if something happens, then and everything goes well for Tottenham, then maybe we can get that step closer. But Manchester City, I think, are just too strong.
Okay, so Bob, talk to me. I keep hearing this. I keep hearing from everyone that Liverpool weaker than last year. They've lost Mane, who I don't think, to be honest, had an amazing season last year in terms of goals and assists. I'm not saying it wasn't good, but I don't think it was amazing. It wasn't mind-blowing. Since then, they've added Diaz, who has already got 7 goals and assists in 13 appearances. Now they've added Darwin Núñez, who, again, is the unknown. We're not sure. But have they covered what they've lost with Mane? And if not, can you see that being a big enough drop-off for us to catch them, overtake them?
I think Núñez was a bit of a... I don't think it'll work. I think he's had one good season. I mean, prior to last season, what did he get? 12 goals?
Yeah.
As a striker, main striker. He could be a one season one day. We said the same thing about Kane. I think the loss of Mane will be hugely effective to Liverpool in a bad sense. I think Salah, to have that unselfish player alongside him like a Mane, he doesn't have that now. He's got a direct, one-minded, direct-minded striker in so he's going to have to adapt his game. And I don't think Salah. I really don't. And I know people are going to shit on this. I don't think he's all that. I think he's overrated. I think he misses his conversion rates. Absolutely shit. Will's in the chat. Please back me up, Will.
I think just quickly, Will back you up with that, but also Will couldn't be more wrong. Liverpool didn't buy their squad overnight. Klopp took years putting that squad together. He's changed that 25-man squad from the moment he got there, and it didn't happen overnight. The only 2 players that are there from when he joined are Henderson and Milner.
Their midfield is, to Will's point, though, to my point as well. Their midfield is aged. Milner's so old now. Thiago's so old. They need to get some.
Is Thiago so old?
He's 26, 27, isn't he?
Oh,
they've got Cavallo as well. I don't think age comes in. I think
not Thiago. You're right, Cavallo.
For me, it's more about us. If I'm honest with you. So,
Yep, okay.
I mean, last season I was in a coma when we drew 2-2 at home, and I saw the game. But a lot of people were saying, you know what, Liverpool weren't at their best, so we're missing quite a few players. We had a midfield of Winks and Ndombele and Ali that night. But no one speaks about the fact we should have beaten them at Anfield. We should have beaten them at Anfield. Like Højbjerg.
These are one-off games, right, Bob? Like everyone keeps saying, "Oh, well, we always beat Man City," but yeah, we always finish 25, 30 points behind them as well.
You're right. That's what we're going to lead on to. To me, if we could get that consistency from the games against a Man City, games against Liverpool, and we can do it against the must team or the easier teams, then that's what holds out with Conte in charge, with better players coming in. Then I look at ourselves more than Liverpool, because it's quite obvious playing the top 2 4 times last season. We gave them all a game, man.
Yeah.
So the fact that Chelsea seem to have a bit of a stronghold over us psychologically, I think we have the same thing over Man City is another conversation. But I think we judge ourselves up against Liverpool and Man City, and like you're saying, in one-off games, if our standards in those games aren't that different, then it's up to us and Conte and our players to do that consistently throughout the season. That's what holds me in good confidence, man.
Just so my point off, because I was making my names mixed up. Thiago is 31, about to be 32. Henderson is the old one I was thinking about, and Milner. But they have got 3 midfielders that are in their 30s and pushing towards their late 30s, right? And they run themselves ragged. So I do think
Fabinho as well, isn't he?
Fabinho as well is 31 as well. So they do need some fresh legs in midfield. I think that a big
wouldn't
season
you say that though with Harvey Elliott, with Curtis Jones, with Fabio Carvalho, that they've got those young legs in and amongst.
Would Harvey Elliott walk into a Tottenham team?
No, but hang on. But again, we're talking about squad. We're talking about they don't have to play week in, week out, the Harvey Elliott's, the Curtis Jones, but they're good footballers.
Yeah, but would they? But if we're comparing squad for squad here, like you could look at
their
Fabinho,
squad is all over ours in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah,
I
but
think
on specific players, does Harvey Elliott walk into the Tottenham squad or into the Tottenham team? Where would he sit amongst Skip, amongst Højbjerg?
he's a better footballer than Skip by a million miles.
Does he get above Basuma? Does he get above Bentancur?
No, but hang on, you've taken a leap there.
I'm asking. I'm not suggesting. I'm asking. Sorry.
Okay, so for me, that's a leap of our best central midfielder in Yves Basuma, versus a bloke that's probably Liverpool's 5th or 6th or 7th choice centre mid.
Yeah.
My point was that you're not often going to see Milner, Henderson, and Thiago as a free.
Okay, fair point.
Sav, I'd take our three. I'll take Kulusevski over Diaz. I'll take Kane over Darwin, and I'll take Sonny over Salah any day, mate. Any day.
I take that, but my concern, I've said this on multiple podcasts on my show a number of times. My concern has never been about our ability to put the biscuit in the basket. Yeah. It's never been about that.
I like that phrase.
My friend uses it all the time. My worry has never been, and when talking about Spurs versus City, Spurs versus Liverpool, I've never worried about matching up our front three. But now let's take the front players out of it, right? Yeah. Now let's go back further down the pitch.
Midfield four, I think, is fairly comparable right now. Do you not think?
I don't know, because I still feel that when I look at Spurs' midfield options, there's not enough variety there.
Okay.
There's no playmate. Like when you watch how Thiago Alcantara runs a game of football.
Yeah.
It's a privilege. It's a joy to watch.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't have that. Now listen, I know every player is different, but even then, you look at our fullbacks, you look at Liverpool's. You look at our centre-backs, you look at Liverpool's. Look at our keeper, look at Liverpool's. So for me, it's not...
Right. Our wing-backs are miles weaker than Liverpool's, but everywhere else...
Sure.
And Van Dijk obviously is the best centre-back in the game, but Romero, I think you could make a claim and say Romero could be the Van Dijk. Like there's not a massive difference, but the wing-backs is where the giant gap is, and the goalkeeper probably.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So, okay, Kuva, let me come to you then. So I want to pick up a point that Bob Spur just made. A controversial point, Bob. How dare you? How very dare you? No, I love a controversial point. The is Mo Salah world-class debate. Now, I agree with Bob. You guys know, everyone I think knows on the world of the internet and Spurs, how few players in the world I call world-class. Salah, for me, is a wonderful, wonderful goal scorer if he has multiple chances a game.
Yep.
But for me, Salah as an actual footballer, now I need everyone to hear my words, not you guys, everyone to hear my words. As an actual footballer, I feel like he does the same thing every time. He cuts in and he'll shoot, even if there's 3 or 4 blokes in his way. And I think it's that lack of intelligence that, for me, stops his all-round game being good enough. But Kuva, Bob Spur's actual words were, he's not all that. I believe Bob said.
Yeah, comparison to Sonny, he's not.
Okay, so Kuva, talk to me. Mo Salah, not all that? Should they have got rid of him?
No, he's still a good player, I think. There's no doubt about it. For me, their biggest loss is going to be Mane.
Yeah.
Because he is the player that regularly popped up with that stoppage time winner. How many points was he good for them in the season? That's really difficult to replace. Seen it a couple of times with Jota. He might be able to do it. Don't know. Diaz, can't tell yet. I think it's a hope with catching Liverpool and City. It's not a certainty by any means.
Of course.
But let's be optimistic and say Liverpool don't replace Mane's stoppage time goals. How many points does that take off them this season, for example?
9.
I don't know.
9 last season. I think they
9 last season.
I've been thinking about this. Mane was you're right. He's a stoppage time merchant.
So if they don't replace that adequately, even if they replace it a little bit, say, and it's like 5 points less than this coming season, they're on what then 86. And if I'm looking at us trying to push for 90 points, that's enough to get above them. That's if all goes well. The thing is, Liverpool, for me, you got Alisson, you got Van Dijk, and you got the 2 wing backs. And that is a big advantage on what we've got. Whether the rest of the team, I think you can make comparisons.
Yeah, you can.
I think Sonny and Kane, Salah, Mane, I think you can sort of put them all in the same bracket. They're all bloody good players.
Will Stewart's saying in the comments that he thinks that Perisic is better than Robertson. I haven't seen that much of Perisic, so I don't know. But I'm not I'm not a massitive fan of Robertson, to be honest. I don't think he's that great.
I think he's done well for him. Compared to Trent Alexander-Arnold, I don't think he's as good. But few people.
Just what you're saying, Kuv. I think.
I agree with this statement, by the way, from Liam Hart. I do. I feel like our squad compared to Liverpool's is nowhere near, and I feel we've made 2 first-team signings, and suddenly we're catching Liverpool, overtaking them.
Is some better than Diaz?
100%, man. Kulusevski, look, Scott M said in Thingy, he's basically what was our front 3, in my opinion. Our
better
front
than
3.
theirs.
For Diaz to come in to a winning Liverpool team, hardly losing a game, whose first point of play is attack. When you've got a Mane and a Salah and class players behind you, coming to that team, it's easier.
Yeah.
For Kulusevski to come to a Nune
it is easy, and he wasn't starved of minutes. He wasn't starved of minutes, Savva. He had a lot of minutes as well. Diaz did.
Sorry?
See, let me throw this at you, Bob. So again, listen, devil's advocate. That's what I'm doing, people. Right? It's my show. I have to put some devil's advocate in there. There could be an argument to say, well, Kulusevski had it easy because he had no one. Devil's advocate, because he had no one in that position to compete against, right? So there was no pressure on him, so to speak. Diaz has come into a team where he's rotating because he's got 4 or 5 other players that he's coming up against. Now, these are the things that Spurs are going to start to find with Perisic in the team, with Richarlison, Kane, Son, Kulusevski. So all of a sudden, we're not just going to have those 3 in the team anymore that are going to play every God-given minute of football. So are their numbers going to suffer from that? I don't mean suffer like they're all of a sudden.
Diaz had plenty of time.
Diaz
had 70% of minutes.
He played 13 games and he got 7 goal contributions.
Yeah,
but
I was
going to say, I think, like when we're looking at all the teams and talking about Liverpool and City, I think they're both going to find it a bit more difficult to adjust at the start of next season with the players they've had come in. Haaland is going to be a different sort of system and formation. I think Liverpool, I'm not 100% on Nguyen or whatever his name is.
Darwin Núñez.
And I think with what Spurs have got and how early we've got them in, he knows his formation. And I don't see either of them running away with a title. I do see it being closer. And I honestly can't see anyone getting near us for 3rd. And the upset could be that we come 2nd, but we won't win it.
I think Scott M's changing the narrative, the argument just to suit his own narrative. You're bringing in second the players who aren't playing. The specific point was their top 3 against our top 3. And in my opinion, our top 3 pisses all over him.
Agreed.
Diaz came into a team that were up there. That's all he had to do, play consistently. Kulu came in and took us from 8th.
Stepovers and
I feel. I'm going to say
pennies. It's bollocks. He's an eye test wet dream.
No,
the stat show is not that good.
Honestly, I've seen this from Spurs fans before.
I'm not saying Diaz is shit. I'm not saying Diaz is shit, but Diaz came in and it's to a team who was finished second. Kulu came into a team, made an impact, and got us from 8th to 4th. Who had the bigger impact?
Mate, I've not said who's better. I've not in any way said who's better out of who. My point is...
See that?
Jesus. Look, my point is... My point is this. When you are Liverpool have got used to having these players. They knew Mane was going. So they got Diaz in. Now, you've got to remember that Diaz, they weren't even going to buy him in January.
Yeah.
They weren't going to buy him. They only went in for him because we did, and he was their long-term target.
Big clubs do that, yeah.
Yeah, no, of course they do. My point is this. When you look at them still, they've got Salah, Jota, Diaz, Darwin Núñez, and that Fabio Carvalho is coming in is going to be a top player. Huh? Firmino's still there. Yeah. They've got options. I just can't all of a sudden see why, just because of Kane, Son and Kulusevski, that we're better than them. I still don't think we've done enough further back the pitch to match them.
Cherry pick any three of those six that you just mentioned and put them up against any three or the main three or even throw Richarlison in there. I still think that you might mention six names, but they can only play three at any one time, and any three of those is weaker than our three.
Again, though, but that's never been our issue at Spurs, is it? This hasn't been our issue. My point is that's not closing the gap. We've had that front three. We've not closed the gap with those front three. They were already.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But that wasn't the initial question. Yeah.
What have we done enough behind that?
Yeah.
To close the gap on this Liverpool squad, sitting on the fence.
Perisic has closed the gap versus Sessegnon. Basouma's potentially, but you're right. I agree.
Richarlison's made our squad, but Richarlison's made our squad stronger, hasn't it, Sean?
It has. Yeah, it has. Scott, listen, Scott M. I can't even bear to look at the comments with Scott. I love the man of pieces.
He changes.
He's the most glass half empty man I've ever met. I love you, Scott, but I've never met anyone who would. I don't know why you support Tottenham. You hate. You hate everything about Tottenham.
There's a lot of Jota seems to have been forgotten about. My point in all of it is this, right? Is we're always going to score goals. As a half glass empty, I get called, right? I like to think of it as realism. I've always said Spurs will always be up there in and around it because of Kane and Son's goals. I've never worried about that. Yeah. My point is Mane's left, but now they've brought in two players to cover that. That's what Liverpool do. They lose one, they bring in a player, then bring in another one immediately after them. I feel like, again, it's like this talk of Chelsea all of a sudden capitulating. How much of this, guys, could be heart over head?
No, I get it. Though, Sam, for me, just quickly, and I'll shut up and I'll let everyone talk. But for me, I agree with you 100% on your rationale. I agree with Bobby on his rationale, and I'm somewhere in the middle. For me, the way to close the gap on Liverpool is to go and get a statement right wing back. We've got Perisic versus Robertson is far closer, whichever one you want to look at it, than Robertson versus Reguilon, right? So we've closed the gap there. We need to close the gap in the right wing back. I'm not even that concerned about the centre backs because Spurs only conceded 5 goals in our last 8 games and 8 goals in our last 14 or 15. Right. So I know we need to improve there. But for me, if there's a marquee signing, it has to be right wing back. And we have to go bigger than Jed Spence. Whoever it is. And if Hakimi's unavailable, fine. But there's a lot of people that are between Jed Spence and Hakimi out there that are better than Emerson and Doherty. And pick one of them. I know Kuba's got a couple of ideas. I like the guy Pereira from Leicester or James Justin. Anyone. There's a gap. Like there's people that are closer to what we need to be than what we have and what we're looking at. And obviously Hakimi would be the dream, but it's not going to happen. So let's just find someone in between that gap, and then we are closing the gap on Liverpool.
Do we not like Lamptey in that position?
I think he's too small.
His injury hit as well, Lee, isn't he? He's had a few injuries.
I know he's had a few recently, but I just think potential-wise, he has everything going forward and can defend.
Magical word, potential.
I think, look, just quickly, guys, we're on 110 likes. There's 235 of you.
Come on.
Can I please ask everybody kind of at the same time, go and hit that chat. Feel free to get in any super chats. 50% of the money does go to the British Heart Foundation and helps people with heart problems. Guys, Liam R is a Liverpool fan. Welcome. And everyone is welcome to the show. It doesn't matter who you support. We're all football fans at the end of the day. Football's the real winner. So this panel is saying Basuma over Thiago, no chance. Bentancur better than Fabinho, no chance. Romero better than VVD? No chance.
Why no chance? Why no chance?
Well,
that's not what we're saying, though. That's not what we're saying.
I mean, I don't think anyone has said that, but Bob, I do think if anyone had said that, it is completely no chance, isn't it? The three Liverpool players compared to our three there are just miles above.
No, I think Thiago, our rate is...
Sorry, I'm going to have to log off. I've got an early start in the morning, so...
See you later, buddy.
Appreciate it. Good chat. Thanks, everyone.
No worries, mate. Have a good evening.
Take care, mate.
See you, mate. Bye-bye.
Unfair comparison. Thiago's, for me, is world-class. I was so gutted. He went to Liverpool, I think. You're a Champions League winner playing in a team winning leagues season in, season out. In comparison to a Basuma who's come from Brighton. Potentially wise, he's got as much a chance as anyone to become the next Thiago. Bentancur over Fabinho. Fabinho's been playing in a winning team compared to a Bentancur who has come through the system at Juventus and now come to us and made a huge impact last season. Got every chance to become better than Fabinho. As for Romero, he's going to be the best defender in the league next season.
What have you seen? Listen, I like Rodrigo Bentancur. I think he's a good. I think he's
the question was no chance, Sav. The question was no chance.
But I agree. I've not seen anything in Rodrigo Bentancur where I'd stick him in a bucket with Fabinho and say he could be
right now. Not right now. Of course not. Yeah, but you get better players around him. We get that winning mentality. You put Bentancur in the Liverpool side with their mentality, I think he could do just as good a job as Fabinho.
If you measure the players up, just straight comparison, Liverpool to Spurs at the moment, even being a Spurs fan, I will say Liverpool have got a better squad than us. Mm-hmm. It's just that simple. I don't like saying it, but it's true. But you've got to look at things holistically. Liverpool are used to depending on the likes of Mane getting them those winners. They've got a change in personnel coming up. They may not be the same team that they were last season or the season before that. We, on the other hand, we're building our team. I do not believe we're going to be at the same level. I believe we'll be at a much higher level. The question is, will our improvement be sufficient to catch the dip that Liverpool possibly may have? And I believe it will. So I don't think the arguments about comparing player for player, it's the holistic approach. What does Conte do? It's all about getting the most out of those players in a team environment. Is it going to be enough? I think we can do that. It's not unreasonable. But Liverpool do have the advantage for me. Mm-hmm. So it's dependent on do they slip?
Is there a scenario then, Kuva? And again, devil's advocate. Is there a scenario in which they're actually more ruthless with Darwin Núñez? Now, hear me out. Darwin Núñez, again, I feel like I say this about every player in world football at the moment. Darwin Núñez is splitting all fans' opinions down the middle, right? There's the argument of he's only had one good season, which is completely fair. There's the argument of, well, he just got 38 goals and scored some very good goals in the Champions League. Very fair. Could it be that tweak for Liverpool actually could be the difference in them being better, if that's possible, because they've actually got a out-and-out centre-forward as opposed to Salah, Mane and Jota, who none of which are out-and-out centre-forwards? Is there that argument that could be had?
When did they play with the out-and-out striker last? Sam, I can't remember.
No, I agree. I can't think.
You could say Firmino's a proper centre forward, though, couldn't you?
Even Firmino he kind of dropped so deep, didn't he? To link up
Harry Kane at times.
Harry Kane does,
Núñez ain't got a pass on him, and I'm going to say it. Consider Liverpool play that passing, 1-2 around the area. I personally don't think he's got that in him. Technically, he's not up there like Mane. Mane, for me, man, I'll put him above Salah. I really do. His unselfishness. Like I say, he was going to be a bigger miss to Salah than what Mane is going to be to Liverpool. I really do believe that.
Well,
wait and see. He might be a bit more clinical, but for me, the jury's out. The thing is about Darwin. We just don't know, do we, mate? We just don't know.
Absolutely. Look, I've got no I've got no horse in the race when it comes to Darwin Núñez, right?
Yeah.
As a Spurs fan, I look at every top signing for other club and hope that they flop. But that's not the way the cookie crumbles, right? And I'm going down the holistic view. I'm going to look like Kuva said. How often do Liverpool get it wrong?
Well,
Do you know what I mean?
they haven't beaten us last season. When the people
No, I
saying,
meant with their signing, Sean. When did they last get a big signing wrong? I'm not talking a Minamino, a Simak. I'm talking about a big signing that didn't come in and was really, really good for them.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So I'm not saying he won't be. He could be that guy, but I've just got this niggling feeling in the back of my mind that he's going to bang in a lot of goals, and a lot of people are going to look silly because we poo-pooed a guy without actually really understanding him.
But just quickly, the one thing we haven't spoken about when we was about the comparing Tottenham to Liverpool squads. For me, like Tottenham last season were excellent against the top two. We were absolutely sublime against the top two. We were unlucky to draw with Liverpool at home. We were unlucky to draw with them away, both under Conte. And so, look, I think that the difference between Tottenham and Liverpool and whether the question initially was how quickly or how close can we get to beating them. The difference for me is not like the difference for the two teams is slightly obtuse. Like Tottenham don't need to worry about how we play against Liverpool or Manchester United or City or Chelsea would be great to improve on. But Tottenham needs to worry about how to beat the likes of Nottingham Forest maybe next season, the Brighton, the Southamptons, the Brentfords, right? Liverpool have got that wrapped up. We haven't. Liverpool drop points against the likes of Tottenham and the likes of Manchester City. We don't. So for me, that how we close the gap is not worrying about being better than Liverpool.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's worrying about being better than the teams that already should be better than. And for me, that is about finding one particular position, a right wing back and a central, a playmaker in central midfield. If we can get those two sorted, Savva, in the next 3 weeks, we're a threat to anybody, including.
So let me ask a question. This to all three of you, but before we're going to move on to Manchester City, I don't know if you've heard of them. Before we move on, I was having a conversation the other day. I can't think who it was with, maybe someone at work, about Spurs. We always go on about, well, look what we did against Liverpool, look what we did against City. Now, the argument that my friend put forward was, well, yeah, that's because you were complete underdogs and your tactic against both of those two teams was sit in, soak up,
so what?
And don't play, right?
So
now,
what?
No. That's fine. My point is, if we're now strengthening, if we're now talking about going and winning titles, is there an onus on us that when we play those teams, we don't just let them play their game, we go and enforce ours? Does that bring a different result? Would Conte be happy to shit house his way to results again? I'm just throwing questions, guys. That's all I'm doing.
No, I love
trying to get the mind ticking.
So go on, Bob. You go first, mate. I've got something to say on this one, but you go on.
I think we weren't defensive against Man City. Whichever team goes to Man City and plays an attacking game, you're just asking for trouble. We could have got more goals. Harry Kane's disallowed goal. Harry Kane's missed. Sonny had a missed chance as well. I thought the way we attacked, we defended well. We conceded 2 goals. You know, if it was such a defensive performance, how come we conceded 2 goals? And but for me, the way we attacked, every time Harry Kane got on the ball and led our attack and started our attacks, we looked dangerous. Against Liverpool, away, we should have won that game. And that's what, piggybacking on what Sean just said and what I said earlier, we need to be consistent with those performances. We need to show the same but the same sort of mindset and mentality against what we've shown again in a Man City and Liverpool game, against the Brentfords, against the Southamptons, against the Brightons. Because we go into those games with that same attitude, with that same mentality, we'll play them off
the tactics can't be the same, though. If you watch the last...
Mindset and mentality compared to tactics, too different.
It's
right. Not getting beat and doing our best when we attack. That's the mindset and mentality and psyche we need to go into these games, regardless of who we play. Of course, we can't play the same against a Brighton or a Brentford like we would do.
You can't draw
We've
them
got
out.
the same mindset. The mentality never changes for a Liverpool if they play a Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, or a Portsmouth or a Brighton. It's the same mentality, and we need to be like that.
But when Liverpool are that good, right? And the same with Man City. The reason why Tottenham have done well is because we have a team that has the attributes physically and just in player for player positions where you can sit deep and go 5-4-1, and then when you get the ball back, when you recycle the ball, you can pounce. And Liverpool and Man City, you're right to Bobby's point, that they don't change their philosophy. For Tottenham, we have to. We're not there yet, right? So, and we've tried. Like I saw the last 8 games of the season, especially at home, Tottenham tried to allow, it was getting so frustrating seeing us pass the ball around the back, not moving forward against Burnley, not when we got the lucky penalty that got the game over the line. There's plenty of times when we pass the ball around the back trying to draw the other team onto us so that we could do the counter attack. But other teams are smart enough to know, unless you're Liverpool or Man City or Chelsea, we don't do that, right? If you want to pass it around, you pass it around. We'll wait for you to get bored passing it around, and we'll wait for your fan base to start getting pissed off and frustrated, and then you're eventually going to try and move it forward, and then we'll see how you do. So Tottenham, for me, as I said 1,000 times now, the signings we've got improve us. Perisic improves us. Bissouma improves us.
Yep.
Richarlison offers us options, but I still think that against Brentford next season, home and away, they're going to set up the exact same way they did this season, which is they're going to do to us what we did to Liverpool. Sit back and then see if we can break them down. And until we have a playmaker and a right wing back where we can spread the game and then bring it tight. If Brentford collapse like Brentford and Brighton did very successfully, they literally squeezed the entire game into the midfield third and about 20 yards short of either touchline, knowing full well that we had no faith in Sessegnon to go forward or Emerson Royale, and we couldn't break them through the midfield or through the middle. But if we decide to go down the wings, they'll spread it out. We then need to have somebody in the midfield who can thread a ball, and I don't know if Bissouma, Bentancur, Højbjerg, or Skip have that option either. So I think we still need somebody in the middle, and someone on the right. And if we can find those two positions, those are far more important to me than getting another centre back. I think the centre back is still important, but right wing back and a playmaker, and then you can close the gap on the 25 points.
Just last one, Sav, on this one.
Just
you're right. I don't expect us, but it's the consistency of the mentality. When we scored the equaliser away to Leicester, what did we do? Get the ball out. We're going to win this. Even away to Man City, when they scored the equaliser in the last minute, we were like, no, we're going to win this. We're going to win this. And that's why the mentality against a Brighton, when we went into that game, winning 7 out of 9, thrashing teams, not just beating them, 4-0, 5-0, 4-1s. We were thrashing teams, and we went into that Brighton game with the wrong mentality. Put formation out of it. Formation and the way of playing has to change. Personnel has to change. And the Richarlison and Bissouma and hopefully attacking midfield brings that to us. But our mentality wasn't right against Brighton. And if we'd carried on the consistent mentality, regardless of formation and the way of playing, like a Liverpool do, like a Man City do, who don't have to do it as much as any other team do. But if we had that same mentality, which I'm sure Conte's trying to instill, we would have beaten the Brighton. We would have beaten the Brentford. Because there was that tail off of that mentality and psyche that, against the Brighton. No, we didn't have against we had against.
But Bobby, Brighton literally sat there and thought Cucurella and Lamptey against Emerson Royale and Sessegnon is a no contest. In their mind, Potter went, "You've got this all day long, boys. So let's squeeze the game." Centrally.
I know what you're saying, Sean, but the bigger picture, mate. Let's be honest. We had the better players. Yeah. Can't be hypocrites to say in Sonny, Kane, and Kulusevski we've got probably the best 3 in the Premier League, and then not be able to beat a defence such as Brighton. For me, it shouldn't matter against Brighton when we've got the better team We've got the better players.
Should be able to figure
Our
it out.
mentality's right. We should be able to beat them, man.
I agree.
We should be able to beat them.
Let
It was
me-
more about that.
But listen, I agree with you.
agree,
Kuva, I'm
Tommy,
going
I
to come
agree
to you. But before we go on to Man City, Kuva, I'm going to come to you about this. A lot of what I'm hearing subliminally is about consistency. I'm just trying to get lots of big words in here. On a serious note, what I'm hearing a lot here is about consistency, right? It's not so much about can we do it, because every now and then Spurs look like world beaters, and you're like, well, where has that Spurs been? Can Conte get that consistency into the players? Is it there? Do we need more winners in the squad to have that level of consistency?
That's why we sign players like Richarlison. It's the attitude is a big point on that signing. He's prepared to get nasty. He's prepared to do whatever it takes to get a win out of something. Yeah. We've had far too many players that will coast along. Winks, yep. What does he add when you're under pressure? Nothing. Basuma, what does he add when you're under pressure? A hell of a lot. He controls the midfield. You don't get under pressure, you could even argue. He's been that good. Is he going to be for us the same next season? We certainly hope so. There's no reason to think he won't.
Yep.
For me, all this comparison with the players doesn't matter. You can argue with a Liverpool fan about Perisic versus Robertson all you like. Yeah. I don't care who wins that argument, because I'm not bothered about comparing those two. I'm looking at comparing Perisic to what we had at left wing back last season. That's a big upgrade. I'm looking at Basuma to what we had last season. That's a big upgrade.
Is Jed Spence a big upgrade on Emerson or Doherty?
We don't know.
Anybody's a big upgrade on Emerson, as far as
Hoover's a big upgrade on Emerson.
Yeah, exactly. It takes a lot longer to get round me, I'll tell you that.
I think this would be a good back four. Sean and I can play fullbacks, and we'll have Bobby and Coover in the centre.
I don't know if you want me as a fullback, man. I weigh 19 stone. I can't move.
If we're playing trumps, I've got you again, mate.
I've played left back. So yeah.
And half our fan base love him, Sean. So don't worry about it.
The point was, anyway, we are signing players to improve our team, and we did okay considering how poor our team was in comparison to others. That even some teams that finished below us, you could argue they had a better squad. Man United, they had quite a lot of good players there. They just don't fit together very well. So we've improved the squad thus far for Shawnee. If we get the right wing back in to also do that and improve the right wing back slot, but what we're going to gain is far more from that sort of more modest base to come from than the likes of Liverpool need to do just to maintain where they are. They have to make good signings just to stay at the same level, because they're already up there. It's going to be very difficult for them to improve even further, which they're going to need to do. Far easier for us to creep up on them. So I've absolutely no doubt about us catching up with them, but it's a question of how much, because I do think, as I said, it's holistically. I think, to be honest, we've got to look at Liverpool falling away a bit. We've got to look at Man City, their levels dropping while ours rises. Just get us in the mix. If we can do that, there's a chance, just a chance.
Okay. So before we move on to this topic, 225 people, 125 likes, 100 of you, get out there, press that like button.
I'm just going to get a drink, Sav, before we start, mate. All right. Yeah,
pardon?
Just going to get a drink.
Right. Okay, yeah, you can put your hand up and ask next time. But if anybody hasn't subscribed, please do. Not just to me. Please go and subscribe to everybody who's on the show, but especially me. And if you would like to put through a super chat, please feel free to do so. We've had a few already tonight, and some of that money does go to charity. Let me start with you, Sean.
Yes, mate.
Liverpool. City. Now, I know they only lost the league by, 1 point, 2 points in the end to City?
Yeah.
But I don't know about you. I just feel that City is a completely different prospect to catch than Liverpool.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? And if you do, why is that when Liverpool and City were so close? why have I got that in my head that Liverpool, we can close the gap, but City, I just feel are gone?
I think I 100% agree with you. I think Liverpool played I think Man City can play badly, like really badly, and still just get the job done. They've got so much depth, so much quality in every position. They can basically do what they want and still get the job done. Liverpool are a team that have, to Bobby's point about the energy, the psyche, the motivation, the passion. Like Liverpool have got more in the kind of energy tank, not energy in just running around, but like the emotional tank. Liverpool have got more determination and grit and team spirit and all of those other little variables that you can't really that are intangible, and that they're buying into a philosophy. I think Manchester City are more just a team where the guy, Pep Guardiola, just kind of goes, well, I'm just going to cherry pick the best 11 for the job, and it doesn't matter whether they're having a bad day or a good day. They're going to be the best, And I feel like Manchester City, like I said earlier, they're just always adding to their quality as well for the future. Yeah. I think that it's a different team. It's I don't know, Roger Federer versus Nadal. Nadal, I don't know if you guys follow tennis, but Nadal is like a powerful guy who plays on raw emotion and is maybe not the best technically, but he can get the job done because of other things. Whereas a Federer is just someone who's just technically just got everything. He just never seems to break a sweat. And to me, Manchester City is like a Roger Federer. They just have sublime talent and technique and excellence in every option that they have throughout their squad. Liverpool don't have that. Liverpool, sometimes have to bleed youngsters in there and see what happens. So I just don't see the gap being. I think the gap can be closed with Liverpool. I'm rambling a bit here. I think that Liverpool can close. We can close the gap on Liverpool. I don't think that Manchester City are. They're just like a 9.9 on an excellence rating, right? And I just think that they're going to be too good. They're always going to have an option B. That the eight substitutes and the 5 subs that you can make thing is going to help them more than it's going to help anybody else. If they're ever struggling in a game, if anyone's ever having a bad game, they can just bring somebody else on who's going to make them just no weaker. And so, I think that Man City are just untouchable. I think they're going to win the league this next season by a significantly bigger gap than they won last season.
I agree. I'm going to come.
Worry, isn't it?
I'm going to come to you, Kuva. Before I do, everybody, you'll be very happy to know I am 6 away from 1,200, which doesn't sound a lot to you.
Come on,
guys.
12 in 10 weeks. I'm pretty happy with that. So, can I get 6 more subscribers, please, to get me to 1,200? Kuva. No, I said, did I say Kuva? I did say Kuva. Kuva, Man City, when we looked at Liverpool, I think a lot of the conversation started with the loss of Mane and how would that affect City. City have moved on Fernandinho on a free, who had sort of become a bit part player. It looks like they might lose Ake, who's a bit part player. Sterling, who plays enough games, but they've got so many people in that area. Then they've added Alvarez and Haaland and Calvin Phillips and all the talk is of Cucurella. Could it be said that whilst Liverpool if Liverpool have come back this way a little bit, City have actually got better? Is there can you find any argument to suggest that they won't be as good?
It's hard to be convincing with an argument that they're going to be less than they were for me. Yeah. On paper, they're going to run away with it, and it's not just Haaland signing that's impressive, because not only has he got all the attributes of a top striker, he's so clinical as well. Yeah. With the amount of chances City create, he's going to have a field day. Talking about this a few weeks back, I'm thinking when he plays teams like Bournemouth and that, and City go on one of their trademark sort of crazy days, 7-0 win, 9-0 win. I could see Haaland getting like a double hat trick in some of those games. That's the nightmare scenario. But
Like Bournemouth at the Etihad.
Yeah,
doesn't look too inspiring for Bournemouth fans, does it?
No.
That's football. You never know. You never know. Yeah. So on paper, I think City are running away with it, but things do go wrong. Sometimes signings don't work out. There may be a conflict in personalities. They may have dressing room discontent. We don't know. Yep. Haaland may not work out, but they've also got Alvarez, who's an incredible player.
I think he's going to be brilliant this season.
Yeah, and it's like feels like everybody else is gathering around and holding out in the Alamo against a Man City onslaught again. It's that's the way it looks, but you never know with this game. You get a few key injuries, a fallout between the manager and some players. God knows what can happen off the pitch to affect things. A World Cup halfway through the season to disrupt things, and then having to go again. Players tired, fatigued, and perhaps picking up injuries there. It's pretty likely City are going to have more players affected by the World Cup than anybody else.
Not Haaland, though.
There's so many variables to take into consideration. Yeah, true. Yeah. There's so many variables to take into consideration that you can't rule out anything. You just look at what's likely, and that's City just look a different league to everybody else at the moment. Even Liverpool have to aim at them. That says a lot.
Can I ask you guys a question quickly? Just very quickly. Who would you rather have after Conte if you could cherry pick one of the two? Would you rather Klopp or Pep?
Klopp, all the way.
Pep for me.
Pep.
Okay. Interesting.
The football's just different.
Yeah, that's it.
Different gravy.
I think if it wanted purely on the trophies, I'd go for Klopp. I think he's got more longevity for a club like us, and he'd do a better job overall in that respect. But sexy football, Pep's just all about gorgeous football. I'm always a fan of that.
So just before we continue on this, 3 subscribers away. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys.
Paulie Gadget Ebbs M. City have lost Gundogan. No, they haven't.
No.
Sterling, they will tomorrow. Jesus, yes, and probably Silva. Well, he hasn't gone yet. You've got to remember that they're still going to have Mahrez, Foden.
So what's Silva going about? Silva is it?
Silva, I haven't seen Silva going anywhere yet, but they're still going to have Mahrez, Foden, Erling Haaland, Jack Grealish, Alvarez. I mean, that's not a bad 5, is it? That's not. I can't see that they're going to struggle for goals.
Yeah.
I think when you're looking at Jack Grealish as being a flop last season, it says something about the quality in their team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I have this conversation with Stell all the time. I feel again, it's not people not understanding how City work. With a player like Jack Grealish going to Man City, it's that year bedding in period to work out how Pep Guardiola wants you to play. Yeah. At Aston Villa, every time someone in an Aston Villa shirt got the ball, they went, "Where's Grealish? Ball. Grealish, go and do something amazing." Completely different to, hang on, I've got Grealish there, I've got Foden there, De Bruyne, Gundogan. Right, you get my drift, right? They don't always automatically go to him. And his first instruction from Pep Guardiola isn't going to be just beat your man every time and try and score. It is total football. It is pass, move.
I totally agree. You can back that argument up as well with looking at what happened with Mahrez. He was very sparingly used in the first season and then found his groove after that. So, yeah.
Silva, Torre, De Bruyne, Aguero all had first season syndrome under Pep. I mean, my opinion on City. Sorry, Saf.
No, go. I wasn't going to say.
I mean, I hate everything about Man City. I hate the team. I hate Pep.
So just quickly, so again, name all the players they have lost, please. They are weaker.
No, they've got
they've only lost Fernandinho.
Yeah, I think for we could put a logical, Paulie. We could put a logical argument with Liverpool, Chelsea, and even Liverpool. Loss of Mane with Chelsea, loss of defenders, lost to Lukaku. With Man City, let's be honest, despite me hating them, I hate what they stand for. I hate their not who their owners. Put that to one side. It's a self-entitled. We're the biggest team in the world because we've done it of our own right. Is a load of bullshit. Pep, I don't like. I think he's a big-headed dickhead who thinks he can freely talk about other teams' players because he can. But with Man City, where we could put a logical argument with the likes of Chelsea and Liverpool to an extent, with Man City, it's all about hope, isn't it? We hope Haaland doesn't work out. We hope they do miss Fernandinho and Phillips can't live up to the expectations. We hope Grealish has a poor season again. We hope John Stones doesn't play that well. We hope Edison has a nightmare. We hope De Bruyne finally has that dip in form. It's all about hope. It's all about hope.
But it is.
Yeah,
they do this every year.
And I personally believe Man City will be the main threat to our title challenge next season. I really do believe.
I mean, look, what
snapping our heels, won't they, Bob?
Yeah. What makes me laugh is I see so many fans in comments that almost like City don't do this year in, year out. Over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, they move on. Ferran Torres, Leroy Sané, Sergio Aguero, this player, that player. They're so used to doing this. And Pep Guardiola is, whether you know, I know obviously you don't like him, Bob, but he is the master of doing that. He is the master of knowing when to put a player in, when to give him a run of games, when to let him sit on the bench for 4 or 5 games and learn. And yet...
And to do it on a shoestring budget is always on as well, Sav. Unbelievable.
To be fair, absolutely.
You loved him, Bob. Big up that. Big up.
Who would you rather win the quadruple next year if it wasn't Tottenham? Liverpool or Man City?
Liverpool.
Bobby! Liverpool are horrible. Like the fans of Liverpool are just a nightmare.
Just quickly, sorry. Stel, for someone who's a coach, I've never known anyone with weird opinion. I mean, first of all, it was about Ndombele being played wrong. Let me give you a little bit of a schooling here.
So what you on?
Right? The difference is Ruben Diaz was brought to Man City as their main centre-back. Right? There's a huge difference. Ruben Diaz was bought as the main man to go in there and tighten up a defence that was leaky. Jack Grealish was brought into a team that had Sterling, Jesus, Mahrez, Foden already. He wasn't brought in there to go in and be the main man.
Do you think Grealish had a good first season at Man City, though, Savva?
I don't think he's had a bad first season. I think it's the expectations that fans have is completely different.
100 million quid sets the bar pretty high.
Yeah, but Shaun, again, that's you as a fan. Your expectation was 100 million's a lot of money. He's got to go in and score 20 goals and 20 assists. That's not what Pep Guardiola does.
And as someone, what's the return on investment?
Hang on,
100 million quid if he doesn't do that.
But Shaun, this is where he's not your mate Levy. Man City aren't looking for return on investment, right? Hang on, hear me out, right?
No, I hear you.
Man City are not looking for return on investment. 100 million for Man City, they can pay that. If it doesn't work, they'll sell him to someone else for 70, 80 million like they do with other players.
No, they won't.
Right? I don't know. I said this to everyone at last summer. Everyone's going to expect Grealish to go in there, score 20 goals, get 20 assists. It was never going to happen because he had to adapt from the way he played at Aston Villa. He didn't play the Man City style of football. Players like Bernardo Silva, are more adept to it, so can adapt quicker because he's got that tic-tac. Grealish was the main man in a very, very
I hear your point.
Pod.
I take your point, but here's a different take on it. I think that he was incredibly fortunate that Lukaku turned out to be the biggest flop in Premier League history for the money. For
what did he do? What did he do wrong then, Shaun? I don't understand.
Lukaku or Grealish?
Oh, I forget Lukaku. What did? No, well,
Grealish... It's important because the pressure would be on Grealish even more, 10 times more, if it wasn't for the fact that Lukaku was the biggest flop for 100 million quid has ever been spent on a player. If it wasn't
pressure from who?
from the media, from the commodity that is like it's a commodity, mate.
But this is what Pep says. But that's what Pep said. Pep said it doesn't matter what the fans and the media say.
Okay,
Pep has a plan for him.
Manchester, listen, if he doesn't do it this season, it's an absolute failure. I'm with Stel, and Stel and I don't usually agree on a lot of things, but like I'm with Stel in that Grealish was. I'm not sure about the Diaz point. The Diaz point,
what did you want from him? This is what I don't understand.
If I was a Manchester City fan, I would say justify the investment, and thus far it is null and void. As much as you're right, and as much as you're right in saying that,
not understanding Man City and Pep.
No, you're right. You're right in as much as the FFP doesn't seem to matter for them because they have, the ability to set up fraudulent like shell accounts and all these nonsense things that were called out recently that never got investigated that justifies their revenue streams. But ultimately, for £100 million, like you put aside Man City, you put aside the nonsense that is their finances. But for £100 million, the player hasn't done sweet FA. He really hasn't.
But put into context, Sean, they had £1 billion squad against us on the first day of the season.
Yeah,
they had £1 billion squad.
And they lost. Yeah.
And they lost. I mean,
yeah.
100 million player in a team of £1 billion, man. I think we need to put £100 million to Man City. The reality is
he's the club record. Is their club record signing? He's almost a Premier League record signing.
But this is again. So when someone like Stel, sorry mate, you're being thick as shit, mate. I'm sorry. Again, I can't repeat this anymore. Ruben Diaz was brought in as the main man to play week in, week out. Grealish, as Pep has said multiple times in interviews, he wants to integrate him slowly and he has to learn the Man City way.
Whose role is he going to be a starter next year now that Sterling's moved on? Is he going to be a starter on the left?
But when you say a starter, again, people have to understand Man City. None of their forward players started more than 29 Premier League games.
Yeah.
That's not what Pep Guardiola does.
29 Premier League games is 80%. So it's not a reasonable. So you're saying that none of them did, but like somebody played 28 games, right?
Yeah.
How many players play 28 games?
But all the players that have been there for seasons.
And you're saying start.
Look at Mahrez.
How many games did Jack Grealish start last season?
I've not got a Jack Grealish fact book sitting next to me.
I haven't looked it up, but let's look it up.
Listen, I'm not saying Jack Grealish has gone in and been amazing, but I've seen Pep do this at Barcelona with players. We saw him do it at Bayern Munich with players. He's doing it now at Man City with players. He doesn't bring them in, He doesn't bring them in, and immediately they are the main man, unless it's in an obvious position. He did this with Mahrez. Mahrez was player of the year in the Premier League for Leicester City. He went to Man City and had to bide his time. And the only difference is the price tag. Yeah, that's not Jack Grealish's fault. That's you as a football fan putting the pressure on the free numbers as opposed to the numbers being 50 million or 45 million.
I'm not sure. I'm not putting pressure on the guy. I just think that for 100 million quid, it's a big price tag. I think it's natural for the entire footballing world.
Man City, though.
Well, Man City have never paid 100 million pounds for anybody
else. Not Levy.
Manchester City have never paid 100 million pounds for any other player.
Yeah,
nothing like it. So
and now they have. Do you think they're bothered?
It's not about being bothered. It's not. I don't give a shit. Forget about take that. Take their finances out of the equation. Take their ability to pay it out of the equation. Just focus on he was the statement signing. He was the big summer move last season. It was supposed to be Harry Kane. It wasn't. It was him. Do you think he had a good season? Do you think he had a good season?
I don't think he had a bad season. I don't.
I'm trying to get his stats up here so we can look at them if you want.
But again, this is the problem. This is the thing. Will does this as well. You guys look at stats so much.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about how many right-footed shots he scored from. I'm just trying to find simple stats. How many games did he play?
Jack Grealish was rotated in a squad that won the Premier League. Yeah. Jack Grealish, Pep Guardiola came out at the end and said he's got a lot to learn to play my way of playing.
Grealish said that, Sam. Grealish said that, didn't he? Grealish said
it as well.
He goes, I know what
right. He started 22.
I know how to go.
He started 22 Premier League games last season. So 60%, give it or take, right?
But mate, when you've got
3 goals, he scored 3 goals.
But again, right? This is again.
3 assists.
I worry that
Kulu trebled that. Decky trebled that in
but Sean, now you're getting into the realm of not understanding football. No offense. We can look at Kulu. What Kulu was brought in to do for Tottenham is a million miles away what Jack Grealish's role is in a squad.
So Grealish wasn't brought in to do assists or goals.
No. Right. Stop being silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm asking you. I'm challenging you. That's all.
I'm trying to answer it. Right.
Okay.
The same thing I hear about Foden, about Mahrez, about Jesus. Liverpool, Man City do not have players that go and other than De Bruyne that go and have amazing stats.
So how should we evaluate Jack Grealish's season then? If it's not on goals, if it's not on assists, if it's not on minutes played, if it's not on starts, how do you evaluate £100 million signing in his first season?
Start looking at him this season.
You start looking at him if this season.
So he gets a free pass for the first season.
But it's not a free pass. Sean, again,
just given the example of Mahrez needed a season to bed in.
No, I'm asking you a question. If you're saying that goals don't matter, assists don't matter, minutes played don't matter, starts don't matter, £100 million doesn't matter. I'm just asking you if you like. So he gets an entire free pass for the first season. It doesn't matter what he did.
Sean, there's been seasons where De Bruyne has played 19 games in a season.
So how do you evaluate a player at Manchester City then? How do you evaluate a player?
See what they've done at the end.
But Sean, this is
they've done at the end. Well, I'm looking at what they've done at the end.
Right, but Sean,
3 goals. He got 3 assists.
But Sean, you're asking how you evaluate a player at Man City, right? Right. You evaluate the player.
Yeah, I'm asking,
If Pep Guardiola keeps them in a team that keeps winning and he keeps playing him, he's happy with him. Yeah. Your expectation of him as a fan is nothing to do with what Pep Guardiola has brought him to do.
But our job as a fan is to have an opinion, like on a fan show, is to have an opinion. Well, I know we're Tottenham fans.
Of course.
We're speaking about Manchester City. So is it completely out of the question to ask for some level of? No, we've judged Emerson, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've judged Emerson. We've judged every player.
Because Emerson's shit at everything.
You're a fan, Savva. Conte played him for the last 7 games. If Conte played him, then your opinion means nothing. Come on,
because
bro.
We've got no other players.
No, come on, mate.
Hang on. Conte played Emerson. Right, hang on. If you want to go there, let's get serious. Conte played Emerson Royal at right wing back when Matt Doherty got injured. He was behind Matt Doherty, right? He only played when Doherty got injured.
You're missing the point I'm making. You're missing.
No. This is the exact point you just made.
I could take forget Emerson. Forget Emerson. I could take Sonny. I could take Coolers. I could take any player and make the same point that I'm trying to make with Emerson. It doesn't matter. Like as a fan, we are allowed to have an opinion, and there should be some ability for us to justify our opinion. If it's either eye tests or it's stats, and on both occasions, Jack Grealish had a really disappointing first season. That's all I'm saying.
But Grealish has said that himself, hasn't he? He came out at the end saying,
"Fantastic." So we've got some.
I've not had the greatest, but I'll know going forward what Pep's." And he said himself,
so should we give Emerson? So can we give Emerson the same benefit as out then?
No, Sean, because the difference is we've all seen Jack Grealish's ability
at Villa, not at Man City.
Oh my God! Right.
Are you missing my point?
Emerson's ability where, Sean?
Emerson's ability nowhere.
You're missing my point, boys.
No.
You're missing my point. Forget Emerson. I'm just using him as an example. Forget
who
him.
Then?
anyone, take your pick. Ryan Sessegnon, that doesn't matter. My point is, we were looking at Grealish, and you're saying it is absolutely irrelevant. The stats are irrelevant. How he's done is irrelevant.
No.
It doesn't matter that he himself.
No,
it
I didn't.
Matter that he
When
himself
did he say it was
No,
irrelevant?
I didn't say that, Sean. No, I didn't.
I just said to you, how are we going to judge
Two of
him?
these. Two of these.
Stop saying
Never
that. Stop
said
saying that, bro.
Yeah, but I didn't. But you've just lied. What I said was.
You haven't.
What I said was. Lots of players, when they come into the Man City setup, unless they are bought as the main man, i.e. a Ruben Diaz is bought as the main man, a Ederson is bought as the main man. Lots of players, i.e. the example I gave, which Kuva just alluded to, was Mahrez. Main man at Leicester, player of the year, came into City, has to bide his time.
Yeah.
Doesn't get started every game, right? Foden doesn't get started every game. Jesus doesn't get started every game.
So because they're at Man City, they get a free pass for a year.
No,
It's not a free pass.
it's not a free pass. No one's saying that.
I'm asking you to judge £100 million Grealish on his first season, and you choose to not choose any of the stats that are available as a relevant
twist
metric.
it the other way round then, Sean. How many goals and assists is £100 million in Man City's team? Give me a figure.
Say it again.
How many goals and assists do you need to justify £100 million in Manchester City's team?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. And apparently 3 goals, 3 assists,
but Man
1
City's
goal every
football
700 minutes
like
is
that.
somehow irrelevant.
But the thing is, Man City's game is about keep ball and possession and sharing everything around. So when we talk about Kulu, for example, coming into Spurs, Kulu's come into a shit Spurs team, got no competition, and has got free reign. Play every game. Jack Grealish, as he said, and as Pep said at the end of the season, they both had a plan last summer. Pep said he's happy with how the plan's going and that Grealish will be better next year for having had the year playing with playing with
and that's justification for therefore him having an okay season, whatever, and that's fine. So if I was to say to you that Emerson Royale's agent has come out last week saying that that Conte has told Emerson Royale that he's number 1 first choice, does that change your opinion on Emerson?
No,
okay, great. So there's the consistency I'm looking for.
Brilliant. No. Okay, but Sean, the difference between me and you is, right, I understand that Jack Grealish, watch him. You can see what a footballer he is. He's shown it.
Okay.
Year after year after year, Jack Grealish showed it. Yeah?
So you're changing now. You're changing the argument to
no. Sean,
it doesn't matter what Pep Guardiola said. Now it matters that you've decided because you've seen with these seeing eye tests that Jack Grealish has done it. This whole thing's getting out of hand, Savva. All I was trying to say was the original question was.
Sorry, what I don't like is when people lie. I'm not
lying. You're changing your narrative.
Oh mate. My God, Sean, I am not. Use your ears. Emerson Royal is just a shit footballer to watch. His touch, his pass, he can't cross. He is a very poor player.
Yeah.
Jack,
you've decided that, and if my opinion is that Jack Grealish's £100 million signing was a shit show first season, you've decided that your opinion's relevant because of your opinion on Emerson, but my opinion's irrelevant because it doesn't agree with you. And I've given you literally every chance you want, Savva, and I'm sorry, because you're calling me a liar now. I've given you every fucking chance you want on your channel to pick any relevant metric that you want to justify Jack Grealish. And every time I throw one out, you don't need to. You don't want to. You don't want to. Then suddenly it's because Pep Guardiola says it's okay. And then I tell you that what happens that Emerson Royale apparently is the first choice for Conte, and that's not good enough for you. Have some consistency, bro. If you want to debate me, have some consistency, and don't call me a liar, man. It's annoying. You did it on my channel.
Why is
if you kept cutting me off, Sean, you would have heard my point. You cut me off every single time.
Madness, bro.
Right? No, there's a difference. As I said, right, there's a difference between a player that you've seen and go, yeah, you're a great footballer. You have got everything, yeah? And you've gone to Man City and you need time to settle. I've watched Emerson Royal for 2 years at Betis and said, God, this guy is awful. I've seen him for a year at Spurs and it's awful. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I'm not changing my tune. The difference is
you're just deciding what the metric is, and your opinion apparently matters more than everything else. But don't call me a liar, bro. That's what you just did. Don't call me a liar.
Yeah, you did. Sorry, mate, you lied. Can't help it.
No, I haven't lied. Tell me where I've lied.
Anyway, moving on. You lied, I'm afraid. You lied. Is what it is. Is what it is. Let's move on.
Explain before you say I've lied. Explain to me where I've lied, man.
Because you turned around and said that I said that none of the stats were important. I didn't say that.
I've given you 85,000 opportunities to tell me which stat is a good, relevant metric to judge someone's season on.
But I don't judge.
You said none of them, and that your opinion is more important.
How are the stats relevant if we've already agreed? With Savva's agreeing, my opinion as well. Bob's mentioned it as well. Pep is allowing Grealish a season to bed in. And Grealish himself knows he needs a season to bed in. Right. Therefore, why are you going to judge him purely on the stats then?
The original, I didn't say that, mate. That's now you're lying, right? We're not going to talk about who's lying now.
No,
the original question.
But backing up Shaun, I think he's given examples to back his own argument. But I think somewhere along the line, the argument has got distorted, and there's like 15 different arguments into one debate.
I agree with that.
It's never going to work. It's going to. That's.
I agree with that. All I'm saying is, if we turn around and say, right, I'm sorry, if Pep Guardiola turns around and says, Jack and I had a plan at the beginning of the season. I told him what we needed to work on. I like what I've seen from him. He's going to get better next season. Yeah, I've seen games where Jack Grealish has looked brilliant in a Man City shirt, but they never get talked about. We just talk about, oh, he's flopped because he's only scored this amount and this amount. But when you look across the stats, look at Foden, who just won Young Player of the Year, got 9 goals and like 6 assists because not many people at Man City get these amazing stats that fans want every player to have, which is why the stat argument can be so misleading. So misleading.
And all I was saying was, so how do we judge a guy if you're saying that it doesn't matter? I'm going to calm it down, right? Because I'm getting angry and I shouldn't have done. But when you accuse someone of being a liar, it winds me the fuck up.
But you said something I didn't say. I never said none of the stats matter.
I asked you, bro. I asked you, how do you judge a guy, whether he's at Man City or anybody else, who's £100 million? I don't even give a fuck about Grealish anyway, but how the fuck do you judge a guy with £100 million player? How do you judge him? And if you're giving him and if you can't judge him in his first season because he's settling in and he's playing in a team.
Oh, where's everyone gone? Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened there. But the 100 million thing is the number.
So there's no way you can judge a guy at Man City?
No, not at all. But the 100 million is a fan thing. The 100 million is a big thing for Spurs because we don't spend money. Man City, they don't care about 100 million, do they? Man City have got a plan for him. They've not bought Jack Grealish for one season. They've got a plan for the guy. They did this with Mahrez as well. Everyone said the same thing with Mahrez when he first went to City. They did it with Bernardo Silva. They did it with Gundogan. They keep doing it, and people keep not seeing what Pep Guardiola does. That's what baffles me. Is how fans cannot see what Pep does. I
think the fact that Grealish has come out himself, so that he admittedly has had a poor season. It was live on Sky Sports, and he said that's purely down to me not giving Pep. And he said, I was scared of making dribbles. I was scared about giving. I never was able to play my own game, but turning it around, and that's back in Shaun's point, we can't judge him right now because now he knows what a Pep expects and what he can bring to the game. I think next season, and if he has the same performances next season, then I think we can safely say
every other player, Bob, gets judged in their first season, especially £100 million players.
He's judged himself. He's judged himself.
Lukaku gets judged. Yeah. Giant flop, biggest flop ever. Everywhere you read. Biggest flop, Chelsea. Biggest.
Yeah, but again,
everybody else gets judged. Kulusevski gets judged. Bentancur gets judged. Every other player, Emerson Royale is the reason I brought him up.
True.
Perisic will get judged on his first season. Ain't no chance anyone's gonna. If Perisic flops in the first 6 months of Tottenham Hotspur, ain't no chance you or anybody else is ever gonna say, "Well, we'll see what he does next season. He's got a bed in." It's bollocks. It's absolute bollocks.
The difference being that what we're calling a flop, we don't know what was Jack Grealish bought for, because he did this, as I said, he did this exact same thing with so many of these Man City players. The 100 million is what's skewing people here. If Jack Grealish had gone to Man City for £40 million, no one would be having this conversation. No one would be having it.
They could have bought some of the 30 million quid if it didn't matter what he did in the first season.
See, but this is the problem. It's everything is stats. It's different teams. It's different questions. It's different philosophies. We can't just. For me, I'll be honest. I've said this to Will a million times. Stats have a place, but they are killing football from the fact that everyone wants to judge everything purely on numbers. If you are an out-and-out goal scorer, yes. Yeah. If you're an out-and-out goal scorer, yes, numbers are everything. If you are not every little thing needs to be analysed. That's all I'm saying. If the 100 million was Spurs, I get it. But this is Man City. This is Chelsea. They can spend that money. They don't care. Let's move on from this chat. Kuva, talk to me. Spurs next season, Longley looks like he's coming in on loan. As always, Daniel Levy seems to be taking forever to get this deal over the line, if it's him or Paratici. Is this a smokescreen for a better centre-back coming in, or is this going to be our centre-back option?
I'm hoping we're getting another centre-back as well, of course. But in the meantime, this is a very capable player from what I've seen of him in the past, before he had his big fallout with Barcelona, who would fit in really well. So I think it's a stopgap for the moment, but if he performs well, could become a very, very good signing for next season. And then he'll have had a whole season to bed in. So I'm hopeful that we get another one as well. But this is a good player to have on the books. Certainly, it's an improvement for the centre back position.
Yeah.
So good signing as far as I'm concerned. Smart business, no risk when he was only on loan, really.
Yeah, agreed. Bob. Oh,
I've got the narrative on, or my opinion on Longley's same as I got with Spence. I know Sean's on the same mindset. I don't mind a Longley in. I don't mind a Spence in, but I don't want them to be the only centre back and the only right wing back we bring in. With Spence, he might turn out to be the best right wing back we ever had. But we can't bring in a Perisic who's tried and tested, a Basuma who's Premier League experience, same with Richarlison, even a Forster, and then bring an unknown. And the fact it's taken so long with the Spence is we might not want him. With a Longley, Sean's done some stats on him, and you know he wasn't that rated by me until Sean did show a few of his stats. He isn't that bad, but would he be the answer to our defensive cover? Not issues, but would he be the answer to our defensive cover? I don't think. I still think we need a defender in. And if Bremer comes in, my pants are coming down, man.
Brilliant.
No.
Sean,
Yeah.
Bremer, Undercar, Ibanez, Torres. What are Spurs waiting for? Or are we seeing that we might not go for a centre-half? Is this a Spurs fans want rather than what Conte wants?
No, I think that it's a Conte want. I just think that the top targets are proving really difficult to get. I think that Pau Torres, for me, on a personal level, I don't want him. I don't want to touch the guy with a barge pole. I think he's turned us down twice for the entire opposite reasons. There's zero consistency in his rationale, and good luck to him wherever he goes, but he's not worth my time, and his stats, when I've done the stats comparisons with all of the players that you just mentioned, he's bottom of the barrel. He's worse than, and obviously you've got to take into context the team he plays for and the players, teams he's playing against, and all that crap. So you have to factor all that stuff in. But Torres, no. Indika actually looks really, really good, both with the eye test and
good age as well.
Yeah. I've got a lot of time for him.
Are we doing an on that, or no? Perhaps not.
No.
I would love. I'd love us to go and do a double swoop for him and Kostic, but I think Kostic has now decided he's staying. I don't see us getting a Dicker either. I personally think that Longley is going to be the kind of stopgap signing on a loan deal, because I just think if you're going to try and get Guardiola or Bastoni or something like that, I think it takes a little bit more time. I think that if you look at Haaland, you know, that deal didn't start this summer. That deal started a long time ago with his late agent and Man City doing their business. If you look at Luis Diaz for Liverpool, even though we rushed them to get the deal done, the deal actually started about a year earlier. I think with these big players like a Guardiola or like a Bastoni or someone like that, I think these deals take a bit of nurturing, a bit of tapping up, a little bit of like the long play. You got to date her before you marry her kind of thing. And I think that Tottenham are going to settle for Longley. I don't think that that's by choice. I think it's by circumstance. And I definitely, you know, maybe we're going to get someone better in the left side of centre back than what's mentioned. I'd like, you know, Hincapie's a really good player. Indika's really good. The stats are brilliant. I'm okay with Longley, Savva, but I'm not okay if that is our only centre back signing. I'm with Bobby. I want us to get someone in the central side. If we can get Bremer, and it looks like it's between us, Chelsea, and Inter. Inter are the favourites. If we can get Bremer done, then like Bobby, I've got an hard on going on that one.
So just a question, well, to all you guys. Moldy Pickles got a question. We aren't getting the players we rate highly, so Pau Torres, a defensive improvement, will do nicely. Do we need to get away from that mindset? I would rather wait.
Yeah, same.
If there's a chance of getting a Bastoni in, a Bremer in a year's time, I don't want to do with will do nicely anymore. I think as a fan base, we need to get away from that. I don't know, man. I don't know. Are we still settling for will do nicely?
I think that the difficulty is in some of our areas. For example, if we looked at the right wing back area, there are many players you could bring in and go, well, he's better, so we might as well sign him. But whilst we're in the Champions League, whilst we're in this position, and we've got we've got Champions League now, we've got the stadium, we've got all of this money. Surely that you're right. The time is now to go right. We don't want to just get a little bit better. We want to get the statement. We want to get, and I suppose that brings it back nicely, Bob, to Spence for me. And I'll always caveat it and say, if we get Spence, which I can't believe how long this transfer is taking in any way, shape or form. I don't care whether it's Paratici doing it, Levy doing it. I don't care whether it's me, you, Sean and Kuva doing it. If, it should be done by now. I'm cool with it, only if another top right wing back comes in, because for me, Spence is in that bracket you just said, Bob, of, well, he's better than Royale, or I'm just playing Desvad. I don't know. We've got no proof at all. So let's get him in. Are we doing that with Longley?
Possibly, but it's the difference with Longley is it looks like it's going to be a loan deal.
Right.
So, and I'm happy with that. If it means our squad gets stronger for a year till we get a definitive defender in after the year, then so be it. Hey, loan deals have worked out previously greatly in a Celso. No, we just don't know. If it's for numbers with a loan deal, I'm happy with. With regard to suspense, like you say, I don't know why it's taken so long. Hey, I only found out today, Man United were first linked with De Jong. They were in talks with De Jong 56 days ago. With Spence, it might be, and I don't know, it's not a popular opinion, maybe we just don't rate him that much. Comparison, how quick a Perisic, Bissouma, Forster, Richarlison, to an extent, was done. The fact we're still in talks with a player who was sent out on loan by Middlesbrough last season, just says to me, screams to me, you're a you'll do kind of player, but we're not too bothered about it. If Paratici is Paratici and is really the Don, and is talking to 3 or 4 different players, who knows? Maybe it's a different player we're going to be bringing in, and Spence isn't a player we're going to be bringing in at all.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's all gone very quiet on that front, right? I mean, we've come in with obviously Perisic through the door, Richarlison, Forster, and Basuma. And now it feels like for the last couple of weeks, it's very much been around Spence and Longley. I don't understand why these deals take Spurs so long to get over the line. What's happening that Spurs can't just get Spence wrapped up and Longley wrapped up? What do you think? I know that there could be multiple situations, Kuva, but are either of them smoke screens?
No, I don't. I think the Spence thing is a legitimate sort of call. I do think we're going to end up signing him somehow. The real question for me would be: are we getting another right wing back to go with that, and looking to shift Emerson out with Atletico Madrid obviously interested allegedly? We still don't know exactly how much truth there is in that. Players like Pau Torres, I remember when Shawnee and I were looking at the stats comparisons on him, and he was coming out bottom on everything, but I didn't see that as a negative because he does not play the same role as the rest of the ones we're looking at. So if you look at him as just being an old-fashioned sweeper, as just his job to pick up the loose ball and distribute it with quality, you don't really take into consideration defensive attributes. So it's a bit different with Torres. But what Sean was absolutely spot on about is if Pau Torres has said no to us twice, why the hell should we want him? We don't want players like that. If they don't want to play for us, that's not even an issue, is it?
It felt. Let me ask you. Sean. Let me bring you in there with the Pau Torres thing. It felt like, and by the way, I love Sean. Everyone's saying in the chats after all is said and done, everything is great, and Sean will smile in a minute. I know he will. I knew he would. I knew it.
I'm all good. Just don't. Listen. I fucking love debates. Like for what happened in the last 20 minutes for me was good content. I hope everyone enjoyed it. The reason I lost my temper was I just don't like being called a liar. That's all.
It's all good viewing. Just quickly before I ask you this question, Sean, guys, keep hitting the like button. We are currently sitting on 153 likes. I need one more person to subscribe to me to get to the 1200. If somebody would be so kind to do that. And as always, if you would like to super chat, 50% of the money does go to the British Heart Foundation. Sean, what happened? Because it was all the talk. Obviously, I know you don't want Pau Torres, but all the talk at the beginning of the window was, well, Lo Celso is basically a done deal to Villarreal, and Pau Torres is coming this way.
Yeah.
Do you think the fact that if we don't want Pau Torres, I'm not saying I know, but if we don't want him, could that be a stumbling block to Villarreal being able to afford? Lo Celso, and therefore that's why we've still got Lo Celso.
Yeah. I think for what it's worth, going back to the whole point about whatever happens, you have to trust Conte, or the previous conversation, you listen to whatever Pep Guardiola thinks. We all agree, right? Like none of us know better than Conte, so whatever Conte wants, Conte gets. And it sounds like Conte has approved the Longley deal, but it also sounded like Conte was keen on Pau Torres. So give a fuck what I think. Conte wanted him, Conte should have got him. But I think from what I've read, that Pau Torres turned us down. He turned us down last season for not being able to offer him Champions League. And he turned us down this season and is more, his agent was saying he doesn't want Tottenham. He wants Manchester United, even though United can't offer him Champions League. So he just doesn't see Tottenham as a big enough team. For whatever reason, he thinks that Manchester United's legacy and whatever they're doing is more exciting to him. And whatever will be. But fuck him, essentially. If he doesn't think Tottenham are good enough, then he's not good enough for me anymore. But to your point, is it slowing down the Pau Torres, the Lo Celso release? 100%. It would have made sense. But having done my due diligence on him, which incorporates stats plus doing a lot of all touches reviews. I just don't think he's good enough. I don't like him as a player. I prefer Longley all day long on a 1-year loan. I don't want Longley, unless Longley comes in and does a mesmerical season, then maybe we could have an option to buy him. But really, I've got my heart set on, and I'm sure we all have, Bastoni and Gvardiol, those sorts of names, right? But if we can't get them this year, then I'd rather go, like to Bobby's point a minute ago, like, why are we talking about settling? Why are we going to get why we go for the bridesmaid, never the bride? Let's wait for the bride, right? And if that means we get Longley in as a stopgap for a summer or for a season and maybe come again in January or whatever, so be it. But for me, Pau Torres, he's dead to me. But I do take your point that him not coming in is definitely making the Lo Celso exit more difficult. Yeah.
I mean, guys, so let's talk about that. I want to talk about the outgoings then. So, there's still a lot of players that were rumoured to be leaving. And so far, only Cameron Carter-Vickers has definitely left the building. Bergwijn looks like he's hot on the heels in the next couple of days.
That's good money for Bergwijn, isn't it, Savva? 30 million?
28.
I wouldn't have paid it. Yeah, I wouldn't have paid 30 million for him. So I think if you can get 30 million, great. I've always said, Shaun, I think this window we will sell £100 million worth of players and spend 140 to 150.
I heard you say that, yeah.
I still believe that. Guys, let's talk of Winks, Roden, Celso and Ndombele. What do you think this is going to be one of those where we get to the last couple of weeks of the window and then we see those types go out? If so, do you think Spurs are going to be proactive and still continue with their spending, knowing they're going out, or do you think there's going to be that air of caution and we'll wait for them to go out?
I think it's the biggest change for me. I know we did it with Bale. We brought a lot of players in before we sold Bale, but I think we all knew Bale was going to go. The fact it was bringing in players without actually having anyone out the door says to me, things are different. There's been a lot made about 6 in, 6 out. 6 players coming in, 6 players going out. I don't.
How's that?
I know. I don't know why.
You're weird, aren't you?
Oh, it is. It is.
Oh yeah.
That's a rampant. Oh yeah.
As a rampant. Oh yeah. As an orgy. But no, it's Conte. One thing he said over and over again last season was squad depth. Depth. Oh yeah. It was about depth. And if we went 6 in, 6 out, where's the depth? How is that improving our squad? I personally believe, I think I said it on your show, Shaun, that I believe it should be, in my opinion, 6, 7 in and about 4 out.
Yeah.
And if it means us, we was talking about settling, but if it means for the longevity, we need to keep 3 of the 4 of the players and must goes, be it Lucas, be it Sanchez, be it, I don't say Lo Celso, but I don't know who else is classed as deadwood. But if it means keeping 2 or 3 players who are on our deadwood that we need to keep in, but add another 6, 7 players and only send 4 out, I think that would be beneficial for us. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we've got the home quota and homegrown quota and the foreign quota.
But that's an interesting thing. That the last thing you just said there. I'm not going to say anything now, but the homegrown quota is a massively relevant thing all of a sudden. So, go with that way you want.
So with that then, look, I kind of agree and disagree, Bob. I agree. I think the problem was we got to such a kind of lack of depth in our squad and lack of quality that it's kind of an oxymoron if we want to try and resolve both of those issues at once. Because to get depth, you've got to keep some players, but to get rid of quality, you've got to sell them. Which is why I've always said this window for me was about bringing it full circle, was about closing gaps and then slowly but surely over the next 2-3 windows, finally seeing all that kind of deadwood or the lesser players moved out. Kova, let me ask you then, the homegrown quota has been talked about a lot. And I put something up on YouTube the other day. I put like a YouTube poll about Jed Spence and people went mad, convincing me he was the new, he was Cafu and Dani Alves rolled into one.
We hope.
I mean, you hope, but from what I've seen, he's not at the moment. just because we need players for the homegrown quota, does that mean then that you go and buy below par players for what you need to compete in the Champions League?
No.
And while you
Absolutely.
answer that, I'm going to eat a Percy pig.
I fucking love Percy pigs.
Is that a euphemism or?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Right.
Are they vegan? Are they vegan? I think that.
What, pigs?
No,
Yeah.
I think they made Marks and Spencer's made a vegan version of it.
Vegan version, yeah.
It was so bad. I think they were I'm not sure if they discontinued or not, but they're not the same as they used to.
There's no nasty artificial colours according to Percy Pig, but I don't know. And made in Germany, so enjoy. Sorry, go on, Coover.
Forgotten the question now. Oh, homegrown players. Yeah, I don't want to see us buying substandard players. This is what we've been doing over the years. This is one of the biggest criticisms I've had of the Levy reign, is we spend badly. There's a lot of arguments saying about Levy doesn't spend the cash or he's being tight. That's never been the issue for me. He does spend. It's been erratic or badly invested in players that aren't either right for the first team, or we're just needlessly padding out a squad with players that aren't going to play in the first team. And I'm talking the Joe Rodons, the Hills, the you go Gedson Fernandez on loan. What the hell is the point in all that lot? So the hope is things are changing this season, because we do seem to be getting players in where you can see, he's going to fit in here. He's going to fit in there. And that's another, Bob. So I think
that was a more legitimate than 6 in, 6 out.
Oh,
all goes together in my world.
A few girls who grew up around my way knew all about 6 in, 6 out. That's all I'm saying. Not from me.
Wow.
Not from me.
Wow.
Anyway, as for having to get homegrown players in just to pad out the squad, it's a poor way of doing things as far as I'm concerned. Get the quality players in. Just appreciate that there's a cap on, say, 17 players, foreign players. We get 17 great foreign players in. If need be, fill out the rest with academy players if we have to, rather than spending money on players that aren't good enough. Give some of our youngsters a chance in those games. We are going to be stretched then next season. I don't think, no matter what we do in the transfer window now, that is going to be the case. Because even if we keep what we've got, the likes of Harry Winks, is he really going to be starting games? It's just not, for me. I'd prefer he moves on and we see the likes of the youngsters, Alfie Devine and the people like that coming in. Although a bit on the young side for it, but why not if he's good enough? Yeah. It's better to put him in some games where we need to give legs a bit of a rest and give him a chance to see what he can do, than continue to put the likes of Harry Winks in when we've seen everything he can't do nowadays. I mean, I feel a bit sorry for him with the hatred towards Winks, but we've got to also accept that his usefulness was about 4 years ago. He's really not done anything for a long time now. And if we're going to keep adding to a squad with that kind of player, we're not getting anywhere.
Okay, so I want to talk about a couple of players that people are chucking into the chat. But first, Shaun, I don't know what we've done. The mother of all stats debate is going on in the comments between Will and Scott.
We triggered something, and now it's kicking off.
Well, listen,
I'm not going to get involved in that one.
It's all good. A name that's flying around, gentlemen, is apparently when Spurs were in talks with Longley, we had a cheeky little inquiry about Memphis Depay.
Love this conversation. Nice.
I.e., Paratici's gone in and gone, oh yeah, what about him? He looks good. We'll have him as well. Memphis Depay. I feel like the nearly man. But I want to go to you guys. Bob, Memphis Depay, then I'm coming to you, Shaun. Do we need him? Is he a good player? Does he fit us? Talk to me about Memphis.
Key Bergwijn.
He's similar. They're very, very similar players, aren't they?
Key Bergwijn. If you're going to move, I suppose we'll make a profit of 18 million. But No, he just like Richarlison doesn't excite you. Depay, I'm not going to lie, I've not seen him for. I've seen him European and plays in Europe, and he's done all right in Holland. Him and Bergwijn play really well, but I just still remember back to his Man United days. You know, if you want to use the temperament aspect on a Richarlison and Moody and this and that, then do the same with Depay. And if you don't like a Bergwijn, I don't understand why he'd be jizzing over Depay. So,
Goals.
personal opinion, keep Bergwijn.
So I suppose the argument would be for this is
stats. So it is the guy scored one, like he's done it. I know a lot of these were based in his time in France, right? And take what you want out of that, but he scored over not just his 3 years in France, his 3 years in Barcelona, in Spain, his years in Holland before that. He scored consistently over like a 7-8 year period. He scored 1 goal every 2 games, and he's got an assist one in every 3 games for any of the teams that he's played for. And when you look at the stats in France, you go, well, it's just in France. But he did it in Spain as well. Right? He's done it in Barcelona, which is a bit more of a competitive league. So I take your point, Bobby. He is a temperamental, moody little git who demands playing time and may not get it at Tottenham as much as he wants. So he's a lot like Bergwijn. He he's a bit like just a everything about him is a bit like Bergwijn. However, the only thing about him that's different to Bergwijn is his goals and his assists. 1 goal in every 2 over a period of like 300 games or 200 games, something mad. I forget. I did a report on him 6 months ago on my channel. It's 1 in every 2 games he scores a goal over hundreds of games, and 1 in every 3 games he scores an assist. That's the difference. Whether you like him or not, whether you want to tolerate the nonsense, the bullshit, if you've seen it on Instagram, him and Bergwijn hanging out wearing like snakeskin suits and doing all this shit, right? Like he looks like an absolute fucking nightmare of a personality, but his stats are very impressive. They are. I don't know whether I want him at Tottenham, but the difference between him and Bergwijn is he's got the numbers. Bergwijn hasn't.
Just quickly before we move on, Ben, thank you very much. He said, whilst we're arguing Kit Kats are not biscuits, the stats show that Kit Kats are biscuits. No, I'm joking. I have no idea. No idea. Thank you very much, Ben. Guys, for me,
they are biscuits.
The big one for me is we keep talking about right wing backs, right? We keep talking about centre backs, which do seem to be linked to quite a lot of forward players throughout this window. You know, we've been linked with Richarlison, Gabriel Jesus, Dybala. I think there was talk at the beginning of the window about Scamacca, that type of thing. Do you guys think that Conte's going after another forward in the background, or would you be really surprised, whether it's Depay or not? Would you be surprised to see another attacker? I don't mean like a Maddison, but I mean like an attacker. Would you be surprised? Kuva?
No, of course I wouldn't. We need squad depth. We're not finished by a mile. We're going to need a big squad to challenge on all fronts this season. So unless we're looking to start sacrificing cups again, which I hate when we do that, we've got to get the players in. For me, Depay is not a straight comparison with Bergwijn. For me, Bergwijn's the type of player that likes to run onto the ball, put into his path. He uses his pace to get away from him. He's stretching the defence, getting past the last man. Depay, for me, is much more at running at people. It's a little bit more Lucas Moura, really. Low centre of gravity, beats players. He makes things happen. It's not just about his goals scored, but his actions in and around the box do lead the chances for his teammates. This was set for maybe so much at United, but he really struggled there. That's the only reservation I'd have about him, is he did have that non-successful spell at United. But as a player, I think he's very talented. I think he's a better player than Bergwijn is, and I think he could add to the team. The question then is going to be money, wages. I don't know what sort of wages he's on now. I'd take him if that's Bergwijn out the door, Memphis Depay in. I'll be pretty happy with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob, are you looking at any other forwards? Have you seen any other names? Obviously, Bergwijn. Sorry, not Bergwijn. Depay doesn't excite you. Who would excite you now? What would be a Conte type player to come in now and complement what is going to be a season with 5 subs? Which I think that's one of the key drivers, right? When we have this discussion now, is the clubs with the biggest squads are going to have such a huge advantage, as opposed to, I'm guessing, a team like Fulham and Bournemouth are going to be very much reliant on what is already going to be a quite weak first 11. So, are there anyone?
I think up top, I think Lucas can stay. I think Conte likes him. For me, I'm not bothered either way, but Conte likes him. I think he'll stay. I think Scarlett will get, for some reason, he's going to be involved around the first team, certainly in cup games. So I don't think there's going to be an out-and-out. I personally believe we should be bringing a striker in. All this narrative about not bringing in a backup striker, I think is a bit old school now. We need to bring one in. But for me, attacking a player, for me, should be an attacking midfielder. I think we need options. We need that option. The narrative of, we don't need a Dybala or we don't need an Eriksen, we don't need a Maddison because he wouldn't fit into the system. No, fuck that. We need an option. We need an option in midfield. And like Shaun mentioned earlier, if for Brighton is going to stop our wing backs from going forward, poorer wing backs that hopefully we're going to have then this season, then we need that creativity in midfield. And our best creative player in the team is Harry Kane. You take him into midfield, you lose that sharp edge up front. So I think no one's going to be as good as Harry Kane. Certainly season before last, when he was assisting nearly every season. We do need that attacking option in midfield, be it I don't know, a Maddison, be it the Tielemans to an extent, although he's not an out-and-out attacking. But Maddison's stats get overlooked, man. I'll tell you what, if there's one player I'd like, is Maddison.
Yeah, definitely.
Can any of you see Spurs dropping the kind of 70, 75? But that's always the number that gets spoken about with Maddison. And by the way, Yvonne, we're going for another 13 minutes. So if you've got any last questions, get them in. There is so many comments about stats versus facts versus the eye. I just don't know what to do. Can either of you see Spurs dropping 70 to 75 million on Maddison after we've just spent 60 million on Richarlison? Is that doable? Is that a Spurs move?
Don't care. Not, if our ambition's going to be there, Sav, if we've got the money, we're selling players, naming rights, hopefully money. I'm not an accountant. I'm a fan, and if it means we're spending 70 million on the next player, and that player brings quality to our team, then fine. And going on, and I've said this to you before, Shaun. If we're spending money that we haven't got, then Levy isn't all that. And then if we are spending money on a position and leaving us short somewhere else, that's on Paratici. So if we're bringing in a player and we're spending 70 million, it's because we can, and we've got enough money to spend elsewhere. So. Yeah, none of my business. I don't care. I think, as a fan, I want to see these players come in. If we can't afford them, if for the betterment of the team, fair enough. But if we've spent £70 million, it's not £60 million on Richarlison. It's not worth it. We've not paid £60 million for Richarlison because we want to. He's worth £60 million to Everton.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And just quickly, for me, like. To the point, if we're going to get 30 million, I mean, I had this screenshot up on my show yesterday. I think we're currently like net 90 million quid spend or 80 million quid spend. If we're going to get, 10 million back or 6 million back on Cameron's Carter Vickers, which wasn't factored in, if we're going to get 30 million for Bergwijn, we're net like 60, well, net not even less than that, probably like 45, 50, whatever it is. And then if you're going to get rid of Winks, we're assuming that we're going to get rid of Winks. If we're going to get rid of any of the other players, whether it's a Sanchez or a Rodon or whoever else or a Reguilon, then basically this is the question I asked the other day: like, is the whole fucking 100 million, 150 million quid, is it a smokescreen? Is it all just a load of bullshit? And I'm someone that takes the Levy in argument most of the time. I'm starting to think, like, when are we going to fucking spend some money? Because we really haven't. And I still didn't like the fact of spending that much on Richarlison, but I do also worry about the homegrown number for the European games. So whether it's a Maddison or a James Ward-Prowse or whether it's a Lamptey, because I think that there's two positions. There's nobody that's English that in the centre-back world that I like. Ben Godfrey's maybe okay. But apart from that, there's nobody else in the English or the homegrown contingent that I want to see us buying at the centre-backs, which would then put us towards the right wing-back or the cam role. And I do think that there is a need for a cam or someone that can do something in the creative space. And so whether it's Maddison or whether it's James Ward-Prowse, I'm okay with us spending 60 million, 70 million on one of those two. I am, because we must have money behind it. Otherwise, the 150 million quid was thus far a bit of a smokescreen.
So, guys, this is where I feel like the club and the fans are very different. So I see this type of opinion a lot. Now, isn't this something we need to be getting away from? So when we talk about all these types of creative players, do you think they're going to want to sit on a bench waiting to be an option? Why does a creative player joining Spurs, guys, why does he have to be just an option? Is there not the ability for us to play 3-4-1-2? Is there not the ability for us to change it up?
That's my argument with. That's my argument with having the left centre back has to be left-footed. No, if you're spending X amount on a defender, then be it left-footed, right-footed. If you have to play on the left side of mid defence, I don't care what footed you are. It means if you're spending X amount on a quality defender, being left-footed, right-footed shouldn't matter. So, and you're right. You shouldn't be. If you're clever enough, if you're good enough for midfielder, you should be able to give a different way of playing to the team, one way or another.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got to disagree with that a bit, Bob.
Here we go. Here we go.
We usually agree on so much as well.
Don't call me a liar.
Yeah. That's bullshit, Bob. Bullshit. It's with the left-sided centre-back. The reason I think he's got to be a left-footer, or most naturally a left-footer, is because of the way he plays. He's going to be advancing up the pitch. He's going to be progressing with the ball, quite often overlapping the wing-back. He's going to have that ability in him to put a cross in. So it's a natural advantage for him to have be left-footed at that point. It might be diminished a bit. It might not be a crazy advantage, but it's still something you should factor in as to be part of the armoury, because he's going to work with the wing-back. We saw with Ben Davies how advanced up the pitch he gets quite often. And it's like took us by surprise early on. I remember the shrieks of what the hell is he doing up there sort of thing in early days. And then we started understanding how Conte does his system, and then all started reading up on what he's done in the past and understood it a bit more. So I think left-footed is quite crucial for it, or at least proficient enough to do that. But there's plenty of players out there that are both-footed anyway. So
yeah, I mean,
you'd be happy. Sorry, Savva, you'd be happy, Cooper, with us buying a Maddison or a James Ward-Prowse or somebody English, or does English not matter to you? So that someone in the cam role.
I don't give a toss who we get as long as we've got. We're not hindered by that cap of 17 foreign players to form a great first team. If we can get a great first team in for next season, I'm happy with the fact that we are going to be lacking in occasionally injury suspensions. We might have to bring in a bit of youth, might have to rely on some fringe players, but hopefully at that point, those fringe players have become the likes of Ben Davies, or they've become the likes of Lucas Moura. They're not going to completely let you down. I even think Lucas Moura does have a role for next season, because I think he's trying to make that his last season at the club, then going back to Brazil or something like that. Lucas Moura is the type of player you keep into on the bench or in the background, because sometimes you're looking to just control the game, take all the sting out of it, which certainly sounds like a Conte move. And you bring in somebody that can actually pick up the ball at his feet and just hang on to it, dribble with it a little bit and just do nothing flashy, just hang on to it. He's got a role in that point of view, whereas Bergwijn doesn't do that. Bergwijn's the opposite. He'll extend the opposition. It's a more attacking move. So,
Kuva, I just want you to come off the back of your point about centre-backs. Anything you'd like to say to that? Is this an anomaly, or do you agree with it?
You can be an absolute belter of a centre-back playing right-footed. Just saying, in certain systems, when part of the tactic is to sometimes overlap the wing-back, it's definitely an advantage to be left-footed to put in a cross. But, Rudiger's great at right-footed. It happens all the time. I used to play left-back a lot, and I'm right-footed. It's not a problem if you get used to it. It's part of the armoury, that's all.
Paul Ierson, thank you very much. Savva came across as a prick tonight. Lovely. You don't have to watch.
Wow.
See you later. That was nice, wasn't it? Let's block him. Guys, lots of people keep asking in the comments about Pablo Dybala. Paolo, have I said
Paulo Dybala, yes, still without a club, and Inter's changed towards the biggest flop of all time in. Sorry, not Jack Grealish. I mean Lukaku.
Let's talk about Jack Grealish again. So Dybala's been linked this window. I mean, Inter Milan. I mean, we've been linked with him. Arsenal been linked with him. I think now it's Man United's turn.
He's going to go Man United.
I mean, again, another one that seems to divide opinion. Would Dybala be that missing spark, maybe, for us from a creative point of view? And do you think there's a particular reason why we haven't gone in for him yet, or just someone we might not be interested at all?
Who's
any? Listen, I like all three of you.
I can easily do my bit quite quickly on that.
Go on.
I think he's just one of those players that window of opportunity is passed by. It's become another Damiao for me. Either we got him at the time when our peak interest was there, or don't bother. Now, with the addition of Richarlison, I just don't see the point in him now. He's one of these quality players, but there's an injury sort of caveat to bringing him in, isn't there? Do you want to take the risk on that? Somebody that could do a great job for you, but might be injured half the season. I don't think it's worth all the money and the fuss now. I'd much prefer to see us go and blow a load of money on, and he's been mentioned before, James Maddison, someone like that.
Yeah.
Because English quota in mind, and I think Maddison's a bloody good player. He really is. I think he's incredibly underrated.
If he goes to Arsenal, Kuva, I'm gonna honestly that will be one where I really do get envy.
Yeah,
I really will. Dybala for you guys at the bottom, and any legs in it? Why is he not signed for anyone yet?
It's a free transfer, isn't it? Well, he was. His wage is going to be. I just personally think the fact has been available, renowned to be available all summer. There's not been any concrete links, and Conte's in Italy, etc. If we wanted him, if Conte really wanted him, we would have had stronger links by now. I just don't think he fancies him in not that kind of way, but as a player.
Or both.
Sorry, did I miss an R? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can fancy someone but not want them to play for your club, can't you?
Yeah.
Look, let's wrap this up, guys. Look, it's always difficult midway through a. Did you say Luke Chadwick?
Yeah, I did.
Jesus Christ! There's a blast from the past. It's like, is it the famous Peter Crouch quote? Or, if you weren't famous, what would you be? A virgin. Brilliant. Let's wrap this up, guys, with talk to me, because I think it's always difficult when you're mid-summer, isn't it, to predict things. It's really difficult to say whether it's been a good window, a bad window. Thus far.
going to be going for an hour if you ask that question.
Yeah.
Thus far, have we had though so far? Have we had the best window of any other club in the Premier League? Is this an easy question to answer in 30 seconds?
Not with Shaun on here, man. Not with Shaun on here.
It doesn't have to be 30 seconds.
Any other question, please?
No, I'm sorry, I'm doing it.
What are you blaming me for?
Bob, let's start with
simple,
you.
Bob. It's pretty
Let's
simple.
start with you. Have Spurs had the best window of any Premier League team so far?
The fact that I have Man United fans telling me that they would prefer a Bissouma, Richarlison, and Perisic over De Jong any day says to me that we've had a better window than them. Liverpool have just filled their gap. Oh yeah, Mane out, Darwin in. Man City has spent what they're supposed to. So, we're the best of the rest as far as I'm concerned. And in comparison to the best of the rest, we've had much, much, much the better window. But if the window finishes tomorrow, then it hasn't been that great. But I'm not going to go into that. Please, God, no one else does.
I don't know who to come to next. Let me go. Shaun, it looks like there's some history here. Shaun, have Spurs had the best window to date?
Yes, they have.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, give me more than that.
No, leave it. Move on.
Yeah. And for me, 7 out of 10.
There's so much history to this question, Savva. You have no idea, bro. Let's wrap it up because we'll go for an hour if we're not careful.
We'll do another show next week about where we are.
That's a whole show on its own, mate.
It is.
Look, guys, I am going to wrap up there, but just first, before I do, I just want to say thank you to.
Wait, Savva. There is a really quick answer to that for me.
Go for it. Go for it.
As it stands at the moment, for the areas of the squad we need to improve, we're doing really well on it so far compared to what other teams are doing. But if you look at the likes of Manchester City, they need very little and they have got what they wanted. So their window's perfect. Ours isn't yet.
No.
Yeah. I do you know what? I was thinking about the Man City window, and I think that the difficulty isn't it? Is we kind of need to do so much. Thus far. Guys, I am going to leave it there. So, look, first of all, thank you everyone who's been in the chat. Guys, please know that whenever we get heated, it's all good fun. Stop overreacting and blah, 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 blah. We really appreciate all your comments.
Can I just say, the fact you said we're going to wrap up in 13 minutes and it's actually been going on 14, just as you're a liar.
Yeah,
mate, I know. I do this a lot. We'll sod it then. Let's ask one more thing then.
Correct.
Let's have some predictions. When is Spence going to sign? And let's put some money on this as well. When is Spence signing and when is Longley signing? Because I'm sure Romano's been here we go on both of them for about a year. It feels like they're both dragging. When are they signing?
Before next Monday.
Before Monday.
Well, Saturday they go to Korea, don't they?
Yeah.
I think they get done before Saturday.
So I think they'll probably sign this week, but they'll be announced with a shirt, etc., while they're away. But yeah, they'll be confirmed this week, and it'll be all official by Monday.
Do you think they fly with the squad on Friday or Saturday?
Not necessarily, mate. No, that's not going. But I think they'll certainly make Korea.
And will they play on the game against the Korea, the K League top 11?
You hope they do because you've been doing a lovely watch along, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Have you seen that? Have you seen that already? You put that.
I've got my notifications on. Nothing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, K League Wednesday 11:45, I think, or 11 o'clock, I think it is, to come to the Spurs talk show for the watch along. Yeah.
Just quickly before I ask you boys one last question because I'm a liar. Everybody is still in the chat. If we could, everyone could please 31 likes away from being my best ever of 200 likes. And please keep subscribing. It really does help and it does make it all worthwhile. Guys, better question that then. Does Ndombele make the South Korea trip?
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes, but
It goes in the window.
Does he play? I don't think so. But does he go?
I think he does. I think he does, Sean. If you want to put him out,
maybe
on there, there's going to be quite a few. In
it's a shopping window. It's a shopping window, isn't it?
Shopping window.
Yeah. I agree. Actually. Yeah,
so, okay, with that in mind, then, how many times are we going to see compilations of flicks that Ndombele does in pre-season against teams from Korea to be telling us that him and Basuma would create the best double pivot in world football?
Twice.
I hope he does loads of flicks, because if Everton are watching, they'll put in a bid, won't they? Everton are bound to go for it. No, it's all about.
Don't be silly, Bob. Everton don't need to watch a player to sign him.
No.
I don't think they do. When you look at some of their signings, imagine, guys, for 1 minute, and I know this is a horrible thought, but imagine for 1 minute that you are an Everton fan. You've been linked with Winks. You've already signed Dele Alli. There was talks of Bergwijn. It's all a bit like, wouldn't you be looking and thinking, hang on, we're getting all these players that Spurs want to ship out.
I've just had a great thought on why Everton do their transfers the way they do. I think they are so skint that they go into the club shop and they have to spread around and see which letters they've got left to make a name out of, and then they have to go for that player.
So here's a question. This one's a really quick one to answer and won't cause any debate. If any of you need to drop, just drop. I feel like I've got a second wind. Who is...
Keep going! Keep going! We're not fucking leaving!
My missus is staying at her mum's tonight, so I'm like, it don't matter what time I finish. Who is going to score more goals next season between Kane and Son?
Oh,
there's no Kane's getting the golden boot next season, no doubt. He's not having. He's under Conte. We saw towards the end of the season what kind of form he was in. Yeah, we had a couple of thrashings where he didn't score, but no, he's going to outscore everyone in the league.
Is that because Richarlison is going to steal minutes from Sonny that he's not going to steal from Kane?
Maybe. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Just quickly, Bobby, I'm so sorry that I think if you're talking about supporting me, then I apologise. I'm ashamed of me at times as well. Yeah. But listen, it's life. The reason I asked that question, guys, and I'll come to you, Kuva, is my theory on it is I believe that if Spurs bring in a creative player, whether that be a James Maddison type, I think it allows Kane to do what Kane does. I feel like if we don't, and we're just going to stick with the only creativity being from the wing backs, I think it's then going to fall on Kane to be the guy that drops deep. Yeah. And then I see it being lots more goals shared amongst Son, Kulusevski and Richarlison. Is there any way that Kane scores more with the current setup? Being the creator that he is in the team?
For me, I think it's just been a natural evolution of Harry Kane. I think he's now become that complete player. Rather than just the forward that used to drop back a bit, he is now very much that. I'm going to say again, Teddy Sheringham. It's for me. That's what he's become. He was closer to being an out and out striker. Now he's become the all round player that can ping the passes around. I don't see why we'd want to take that away from his game.
Sure.
There will be enough players getting into the box anyway. Sonny, Kulusevski. Flying wing backs like Perisic getting into the box, hopefully one on the right hand side as well. Some box to box midfielders can get in there as well. Kane can arrive late for some of those quality crosses we hope are coming in. He's going to get a fair chunk of goals, but I don't think we need to look at putting him exclusively up front again. When he's so brilliant at picking those passes out, why take that part of his game away? Let's just make use of all of it.
So for you then, Kuva, sorry, before I come to the other two, is there going to be a scenario there where you think we will play that 3-4-1-2 and we'll see Son and Richarlison up top and Kane will be utilised very much as the the link from midfield to forward.
Well, you could argue it that's still a 3-4-3 because Kane just drop it back deep out of the middle. It doesn't make any difference.
But I mean, in terms of the true sense of not having Son and Kulu there, having two forwards, i.e. the way Inter Milan played when they had Martinez and Lautaro Martinez and Lukaku up top, and then they tucked someone in behind at times. Is that something we might see as a kind of adoption as we move forward?
Yeah.
You're not sold?
I'm not convinced on it. There's the argument that we've now got a better option for switching to a 3-5-2 at times, but it's been working for Conte with a 3-4-3. If the players coming in suggest he might well be sticking with that, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, he might want to change it up for specific games. I mean, there are definitely games where you want to control the midfield more than others. Liverpool being one of them, in my opinion. You don't want to just let the likes of Thiago have free reign to ping the ball around. You want to be swarming all over them. Don't give them any space. In fact, playing like they do to them, just nightmare to play against, just swarming them. So I can see there's an option for changing it around. I just think it's Conte. He likes what he likes. It's going to take a lot of changing for him. So yeah, the options are there if needed, but I don't think they're going to be utilised on a regular basis.
Okay, Shaun, give me Son, Kane. Dare I say it? Is there any chance that Kulu or Richarlison outscores those two?
No.
Okay, good. That poo-pooed that. Kane or Son for you? Who's going to score more?
It's a tight one. I think injuries will determine it rather than strategy or formation.
Right.
But if injuries are irrelevant, I'll probably go with Kane, because I think Richarlison will steal more minutes from Sonny than he will from Kane. If injuries aren't a factor, if injuries come into it, then obviously that changes. But I think Kane will probably get at least Tottenham's golden boot.
Okay. Bob, answer me this. Kane and Son, I think last year, I don't remember, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember either of them picking up any injury that was long-term. And by long-term, I mean missing 3-4 games in a row. How lucky was that? And do you think as they both get a bit older that we're going to see one of them pick up an injury? I know it's really, I'm not predicting an injury for a player, but does a lot of it depend on those two staying fit again? Even with Richarlison and Kulusevski in the door now, is it still revolved around those two as our main men?
Sonny very rarely gets injured or has a long-term injury. And Kane has, I think the fact he's got glass ankles is a myth. He's had a couple of injuries, and the only two injuries I had is because of the ankles, but he's hardly missed any games in the last, I mean, obviously at the start of last season, but we know reasons why. The last couple of seasons, 3 seasons, hardly missed many games. So, no, I think there's not many other top, Liverpool don't start the season wondering if Salah or Mane last season were going to get injured, what would they do? And with reinforcements such as a Richarlison and hopefully another attacker, it shouldn't bother us. The fact is, for me, Harry Kane is the best best striker in the world. Just makes it a bit harder to replace him or put someone else in.
So, off the back of that statement you just made then, Bob, the best number 9 in the world, are we going to see a changing of the guard? Is Haaland gonna be the man to take that mantle, especially in the Premier League? And is it going to be an immediate? I mean, you haven't said yes yet, but if you are going to say yes, is that going to be an immediate transition, or do you think it's going to take a couple of seasons?
Well, if we're going by the first season syndrome stuff, like we spoke about, hopefully Haaland has to go through that as well. You've got to remember that they might have to change the way they play. He's not an Aguero. He's not Jesus when he used to come in. They haven't played with an out-and-out striker, a proper number 9 for it. So does Haaland change for City, or does City have to change for Haaland? One way or another, someone has to change. And hopefully that takes a bit of effect. For me, Kane still is the best number 9 in the world, man. I don't care who Haaland plays for. For me, personally, he plays for my team, of course. But what Kane can do is loads more than what Haaland can do. Haaland doesn't have the pass, an assist ability that Kane brings to a team. So for me,
I mean, look, he's conceding a lot of years to Kane.
Yeah, of course.
I think that's a good point as well. I mean, Shaun, one of the things that lots of people are talking about when we look at the Haaland kind of conversation, I don't think anybody in world football looks at Haaland and says, "Oh, he's not a good player." But it is always, well, hang on, Man City for the last few years, definitely since Aguero was kind of in and out, haven't really played with a front man. Do you see City adapting to Haaland, or do you think it's going to be Haaland adapting to Pep?
No, I think Haaland will have to adapt. And it will be really interesting. It'll be really interesting to see how he does. And I'm you know what? I'm not going to go out and be as bold as to suggest this. You know how I feel about Grealish's last season. I think that Haaland isn't going to do as well. But where I think that they can, and listen, Haaland is a fucking phenomenal player. But I think that because Haaland's ego might get in the way of him adapting quickly to Manchester City, because I don't think City will adapt to him. I think he'll be asked to adapt. What I do think you'll see is potentially Alvarez getting a bit more minutes than you would otherwise imagine that he would, and probably doing a good job doing that. Savva, I'm super OCD. Could you swap me and Bobby back to the other way, please?
No, don't.
No, please do. I think, thanks, man. I spent the last 3 hours. No, don't do that. So the last 3.5 hours.
Am I still me?
What? Whatever stream I do, Kuva is always in my top right. Always. Always.
It's because he's the first one. He's always the first one in the background. Yeah. So you can always
big up Tom Oswald. Thank you for sending messages in and helping the algorithm and taking it from there to there. Thank you for helping this wonderful Spurs channel grow, because your messages are.
Is that the guy that was saying he was on coke early? He's like, let's do an all-night.
No, low lives and nasty evil club. He can't even spell despised, but thank you. Keep it up, man. Come on.
I think that is the
You can do it.
I'm pretty
you
sure
can find that spell check in your heart.
5 minutes ago, he was saying, "Can we do an all-nighter? I'm on coke. Let's do it."
Yeah. He can't spell. He can't spell, but he's helping the channel. He's helping the channel. Big up, Tim. Come on, Tim.
Quickly, we are gonna end this at 1:45. Right, I've got to. I need sleep. Danny.
1:45 to what?
I'm tired.
Something. Danny, I love you. Thank you so much for the donation. I am not asking this question again. We will ask it when you're next on the show. Here's one. So Bob, you said in no uncertain terms, Harry Kane, best number 9 in world football, correct?
In my opinion, yeah.
Luan does not agree with you. Benzema has been the best striker in world football, Bob.
What, for this season? He was living in Ronaldo's pants for a few seasons, and Kane has performed season in, season out. Hey, not bad for a one-season wonder. Benzema's had a good season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because I feel like they're very different players as well. Yeah. I think Kane's a very difficult striker to judge against others because. As Kuva said, he has gone very much into that Sheringham mould as opposed to some of the others who are still out-and-out strikers, i.e., even when you look at Ronaldo, I don't see Ronaldo dropping deep and doing what Kane does for all of his ability and one of the best players that's ever lived. I just don't see it. But is there anyone else you guys would put into that conversation? Let's look at the last 10 years to keep it better than just what's now. I mean, Luis Suarez, is he in that conversation?
Yeah, Luis Suarez, Aguero, Ronaldo.
How's he back? How's Tim Oswald back? Sorry, how's he back?
Come on,
He's back.
I thought he was blocked. How's he back?
Come on. No, don't block him. He's helping the channel.
Thanks, Tim.
Sorry to interrupt, man. I was like, how's he get back in? How's he stuck in the back door? How's he figure that one out?
You know what? Just looking at Spurs fans fills me with hatred. I'm shaking with anger right now. I'm so glad we're having that effect on you. Wait, I actually feel emotional.
If only we could reach out and just give you a little cuddle, we'd love to.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom Aswold. Thank you.
Guys,
Annie Kiriakou, I buried you on my show. I buried you. I buried Kuba. You know that your arguments don't make any sense. The population spoke. There was enough comments. It's okay, Danny. You can try again on another comment. It's okay, bro.
I just want to say, with 5 minutes left, I'm going to tempt fate and say, my stalker, this is the first time he's not been in my comments. Where is my stalker?
Get it.
Where are you? Come and tell everyone about.
What's his name?
Tell everyone about a picture in a shower or something. Come on.
Rob, this one you will treat me with respect.
I haven't got there yet. Hang on.
We are. Keep it coming. Please help the channel. You're helping the channel, mate.
Our pet troll is back.
How did he get back in though? I thought you blocked him.
No, not blocking anyone.
No, he was blocked. He was blocked at some point. Someone blocked
was he?
him.
Oh, okay.
Perky's turned up after 3 hours and 36 minutes. Big up, Perchy. Hello to you.
What's happening, Perchy?
If you've got any questions, Perchy, get it in. I'll probably push back the deadline even further just because, fuck it, who needs sleep? You will treat me with respect.
Okay.
I need some sleep at some point soon.
Yeah, I need to have my meds.
We will. We are going for another 4 minutes. Kuba today with the Prem, all-time confusion.
Presumably to do the Sheringham one, maybe.
No, Kuba. All right, I got to say, Kuba was asked, who is name a Premier League top goal scorer?
Oh yeah.
And he said Jimmy Greaves.
Jimmy Greaves. You got evicted on the first loop of my new game.
Yeah, not my fault when the rules were changing so often.
No, but I made them pretty clear.
I have a question that will cause a debate. I don't know if this is what you guys were talking about. What was that question in relation to before I just looked like an idiot? What was
I dropped a new segment on my show, which was more of a game show segment, but it's called Reflex. And basically it was like, I'm going to come up with a question which happened to be the top 10. And I started off by saying the top 10 Tottenham scorers of all time that have sorry, not the top 10, the top Tottenham scorers of all time that have scored more than 10 goals. And the rules of the game were, I start with Kuva, he names one. If it's correct, it goes to Bobby, then it would come to you, Savva, then obviously I've got the list in front of me. And if they repeat or don't get one right, but then there was a bit of due diligence and I didn't know whether or not it was just Premier League. And it turned out that it was just Premier League. And Brian Daigle went first. And then it came down to Colin. And then it went round. And then when it was Kuva's turn, Kuva said Jimmy Greaves. And he got immediately evicted because he wasn't a Premier League player. So that was the backstory of it.
Okay, so I'll ask a question then after all of that.
I can't even argue with that one for a change.
No.
Who is
about time?
Who is your Premier League era?
Sorry.
Not thus far. of all time in the Premier League since 1992, who is the best striker to ever play in the Premier League? I just want to see if we all get the same player. So I'm going to start with who's the oldest?
Kuva, I think.
The oldest striker.
No, that is not
just the oldest player in the Premier League.
The best striker that's played in the Premier League, you donut.
Best striker. Can't go any further than Alan Shearer for me.
Alan AL Super Al.
Wow.
Bob,
Yeah, okay.
are you seeing me Shearer or are you raising me someone else?
Listen, I have to say Alan Shearer, because if I say Thierry Henry, I'll get shot.
Yeah, I was gonna. When you asked the question, first name that comes to my head was Thierry Henry.
Man, Henry.
Yeah. Right. So Bob, I'm going to ask you again. Who is it? He's taken Shearer. Who are you taking?
Yeah, for me, one thing I am is straight up Henry for me.
Oh yeah.
For me. And I've got to judge it by who I've seen live. I saw Alan Shearer live twice, and I saw Henry play against us about 6 times. For me, it's Henry, man.
Yeah,
Shaun, they've taken Shearer and Henry.
Okay, so who's left? Who's left?
Who you got?
Shit, if it's not one of those two, I'm probably going to have to say
Ian Dowie.
It makes you think, doesn't it? It makes you think.
Because I have no idea about what the list of I know that Alan Shearer is at the top of the all-time goal scorers. I know that Henry's near enough it. I know that Harry Kane's somewhere there, but I don't know. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be completely annihilated for this one, and I'll welcome the annihilation. But just from what I can remember, I always thought that Ruud van Nistelrooy was insanely good.
Good striker, yeah.
But I don't know if he was anywhere near the top 5 or 6 or 7 in goals. So, but I would have said Henry if it wasn't already taken.
Okay. You ready for another one?
Go.
Who's your answer?
It's one of those 3 above. One of those 3.
You can't have them, they're taken.
I know the rules. If I can't have those 3, I'm going to go with Eric Cantona.
No, sorry, Savva, you're wrong. Move on, mate.
Just because he was so different. Like, I remember when he first came over, I hadn't seen a striker like that before. That wasn't purely about 30 goals a season, but just had this kind of elegance and aura, and played at his own pace and kicked fans in the head. And it was amazing to see.
Always a sign of a quality striker.
Are you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Shaun, I'm going to start with you first, so the others will have to think.
Nice.
The best goalkeeper to have played in the Premier League era.
Super easy. Peter Schmeichel.
Peter Schmeichel is, of course, who most would go for. Kuva.
It's already gone.
You've got to pick one.
Yeah, tough luck, Kuv.
Oh God. Let's go.
Just while you're thinking, there's still 185 of you in the chat and only 182 likes. Let's get that to 200. And I am now on 200.
I'll go with
all right.
The Chelsea version of Petr Cech.
The Chelsea Petr Cech.
Yeah. Is that before he wore the Stabilo Boss highlighter pen helmet thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Petr Cech. Okay. Tim is just letting us know he's 32. So
that's brilliant, man. Well
done. Let us know when your birthday is. And
32 and dyslexic by the looks of it.
Bob, you can't have Cech and you can't have Schmeichel.
It was going to be Peter Schmeichel, but for me, what he had literally a hand in from taking a club from there to there, has to be Alisson of recent times.
Oh, wow. He's been there a couple of seasons. The Premier League's 30 years old?
What an impact, though.
Yeah, impact, though, isn't it? And I can't have Schmeichel.
I like this guy.
So you started...
he's fun. He's fun, actually. I'm glad you haven't blocked him. He's actually quite good fun.
Yeah.
He hated us since he was 7. No,
get out of it, mate. Get out of it.
KPV has actually said one that I was thinking of saying.
David Seaman.
It's not a very popular one, is it?
Seaman,
David Seaman.
Espen Bardson was my favourite Tottenham keeper.
I'm going to go with, because since I'll have to go last with all of these, none of my first choices I'll ever get to pick. I'm going to go with Edwin van der Sar.
Yeah.
Good choice too.
I think for years after Schmeichel, Man United kind of, a bit like with managers since Fergie, after Schmeichel, they had a plethora, which is a wonderful word, of goalkeepers, and none of them hit the mark. So I'm going to go with Edwin van der Sar. Who's the best left back?
You can go first on this one, mate, because it's your turn.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Ashley Cole. Who's the best left back other than Ashley Cole? Bob. We've got Bergkamp, we've got Rooney, not for left back.
They never played left back.
Kane is higher than Henry. Kane, I love Harry Kane, but for me, Henry was just different mustard at everything.
You know, the only one I can think of, really, I know Irwin played there at the early years for Man United.
Jesus Christ.
Dennis Irwin, right-footed left back, and always. But for me, man, I think the next one after that is peak Evra. Really?
Yeah.
Peak Evra.
Okay, peak Evra. Shaun.
That's a fucking tough one. You took my Evra was my second choice.
Ian Walker. Lovely hair.
Who did you say? Who was your first choice, Savva?
I went with Ashley Cole.
Okay.
The Chelsea Ashley Cole, not the Arsenal one. Just because.
You know what? It's a fucking hard one. I'm going to say... Yeah. I don't know. Dennis Irwin probably, but it's a really tough one. Dennis Irwin. Phil Neville. No, Dennis Irwin. Dennis Irwin. Yeah, but I'm not happy with it. I'm really not happy with it, to be honest.
It's all right.
And I feel sorry for Cooper going forth.
You're still going to sleep tonight.
I had literally 3 on my list, and they're all taken.
Guys, just quickly in the chat, let us know if you would like us to keep going. Let us know, unless any of the others really have to go, because you've all kind of picked up and perked up with these questions.
Do you know why the numbers may have dropped a little bit? It's because the second that you say in a stream, okay, we're going to start to wrap it up now, about like 20% or 10% of people go, I can't be fucking done with the plugging of channels. I'm out. And then sometimes when you say that, and then you get into a second wind, numbers drop, and then they start to grow again. So we're going to keep fucking going.
It's like leaving the movie too early when you haven't seen all the credits through.
Exactly. And we've got wonderful credits.
What about Leighton Baines?
Yeah, he's a good one. He's a good one.
Leighton Baines. I was thinking, what about... I know I've had mine. Maybe
I haven't gone yet, have I?
Yeah, go on. Just in case.
No. Actually, I was thinking of Leighton Baines, but then I'm going to have to really stretch this one a bit because he was coming towards the end of his career in many ways. But Stuart Pearce.
Okay.
Beast.
Who's going to go first this time? Who's the best? I think Bob's turn to go first.
Okay.
The best right back the league has ever seen. And if the answer isn't Stephen Carr, my lord, then are you really on?
No, I think we have to be. For me, for me, I mean Stephen Carr's up there, but for me, I can't look any further than Gary Neville. I know we take the piss out of him, but for me, Gary Neville and what the partnership he had with Beckham, and he could put a cross in, man.
Yeah,
he could put a cross in. It was a real good decoy for Beckham as well, and he was England's best right back for a while as well. So for me, Gary Neville, I know we love taking the piss out of him and everything, and yeah, there are other people. I don't want to spoil it for everyone else, but for me, longevity, medals, for the way he played at an international level, was never a drop off, and he kept Ronaldo in his pocket as well as Ashley Cole for a number of international games. I think Gary Neville for me, brilliant.
Kuva?
Because I was narrowing it down to 2, so I can do the other one. It's got to be our own Kyle Walker.
Yeah.
Just because
he
enabled our whole team to camp in the
Walker.
opponent's half, and he went and did the same thing for City. He was the ultimate recovery tackle player as well.
Yeah.
just even on his limited technical ability when he started off, the pace and the power, the aggression and the stamina to do it for 90 minutes all the time. Oh yeah. He's got to be right up there. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just quickly, lots of people in the comments saying, keep going, keep going.
I can't go. I got to be up at 7 o'clock to take my dog out for a walk. So,
listen, if anyone wants to drop off, I'm at 188 likes. Let's get this to 200 before we go.
I'm enjoying it though.
Shaun, I need a right back from you.
And what's been said so far? Kyle Walker, and who was yours?
Walker and Neville.
I will say, if it's not those two, Zabaleta, I think was very, very, very good.
Zabaleta. I'm struggling with right backs purely because both of my options were taken. I'm going to go with Dan Petrescu.
Wow, that's nice. Okay.
Ivanovic better though? Wasn't Ivanovic fair?
Okay. I was tempted to say Lauren, and then I thought
Petrescu was a great player.
Yeah, he was. I just never thought I'd hear that one. That's just like straight out of the bolt of the blue.
You know what? Going back then, I kind of like watching Chelsea. You know.
Yeah. Lampard, Drogba,
Robin. This is a no Chelsea fan club show. For fuck's sake.
I hate Chelsea, but I mean, you've got to admire the football sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, Shaun, are you staying with us? Do you need to drop?
No, I got some time. I got some time.
Got till 7.
He's good. Ian Hart was another one at left back that we could have had. Full said go on till 3 a.m. I just haven't got that in me. Right, guys, you can. I was going to say you can pick 2, but you can't because then best centre back to ever play in the Premier League, and I believe that the first choice this time is going to
Cooper again. Isn't it? Oh, Cooper again. Who was the first? No.
I think it's Shaun. Let me come to you, Shaun. Best centre back ever to play in the Premier League.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ never played.
Jesus, yeah.
I'm going to say...
And he's just signed for Arsenal.
I'm going to get this one massively wrong. I'm going to say... Because I just loved him personally. I know you guys have come up with something better than this. I'm going to say Jaap Stam. I love Stam, but I know he wasn't the best.
I was going to say that.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. Okay. 100%. I was going to say that. Yeah,
but I'm sure there's someone out there better than Stam.
Oh yeah, there is someone else.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaap Stam was class. I think we're in that realm now where there's so many to pick from. I don't know whether to say Sol. No, what? Sorry.
Whoa!
I'm joking. I am joking. I'm going to go with. I'll let someone else have JT. I'm going to go with Marcel Desailly.
Oh, nice one. He's nice as well. That guy had some fucking chops.
Just oozed. Just some players just got it, right?
I'll be back.
Just got it. Kuva, centre half.
Well, you already said it. Somebody can have JT. I mean, he's got to be in the equation, hasn't he? I think I'll go for somebody different, just a bit off field. Not off field, but a little bit more off the beaten track. Let's go for.
Look at this.
Oh no, I can't even do it. I wanted to give a shout out to somebody like Richard Goff, who I thought was an incredible player, but
didn't play the Prem.
Yeah, well, he came back to play for Everton, didn't he?
Not in the Prem, I don't think.
Did he? Yeah. To be fair, yeah, he would have been.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's like Gaza. He came back, played for Everton in the Premier. Yeah.
Everyone good goes to Everton. Winks is going there. Delhi's gone there.
It's like the elephant graveyard, isn't it?
Isn't it?
No, it's got to be JT. Unfortunately, and as much as I hate Chelsea and I hate the bloke, what a defender, what a captain, and how many crucial goals did he pop up with in big games? It's just would have loved it if he'd played for us, but still gonna hate him, but admire the hell out of him as a footballer. As a person, scumbag. But
Does that mean we know who Bob's going for? Surely the one that hasn't been said.
Well, potentially, we're talking about the Spurs legend. If he didn't have his injuries, he could have become the best centre back in the world, Stuart Nethercott. But no, we're talking about.
I can still see his floppy hair. I can still see
it. But for me, I know you said only one player, but for me, what Rio and Vidic brought to that Man United side as a pair, man, absolutely brilliant. And if someone said Rio, I would have gone for Vidic, because no one has said Rio. For me, Rio, 100%.
And no one went. No one went for Davinson Sanchez.
And I love his podcasts as well. Rio 5 at Live or Live at 5, whatever.
I can't believe none of us went for Ledley. I feel dirty.
It feels dirty, but
he could have been. He could have been.
Yeah.
It does feel dirty. I just feel the thing that always held him back was those injuries from cementing himself in that England team, and kind of Terry and Ferdinand didn't they, for years, and I think
if you want to be hypercritical on him, which would be very harsh, obviously, because he's bloody brilliant. But if you want to be hypercritical, I would say his positioning isn't as good as somebody like John Terry's.
Who's that?
What was Ledley? Because Ledley, what he did have that made up for it is his recovery tackles were brilliant.
Pace,
yeah.
I'll tell you that Robin tackle, man. And he come out of nowhere. And Robin's reaction when he got up and he had to look, and he was like, I've just ran from there. And he's caught up with me. He couldn't believe that Ledley King fucking caught. He had to look at his path like, fucking hell, what happened? I can't believe it.
The centre back's always that position. There's so many players I hate, but you got to talk about him. Yeah. Tony Adams is another one.
Tony Adams, Carl. I mean, look, if we look at Perchy, he's chucked in Company, Van Dijk. I mean, where does Van Dijk rank against the likes of Stam, Vidic, Ferdinand, Terry, Desailly?
Very, very well. Thus far.
Exactly, because you need to look at the whole career.
Somebody did ask Sean if I'd let my dog mate with yours. Just thought I'd chuck that in there just for a bit of comedy. Let's have a look. Tim is still here. I like this.
Big
guy.
up.
Tim, well done.
Well done, Timmy boy. Congratulations, bro.
Moving on, this is slightly more difficult once we get into the midfield areas, because people will go, well, are we playing a 4-3-3 or a 4? I'm playing a 4-4-2. All right, lads? And if you don't know the reference, then you need to watch the film. We're playing 4-4-2. You're allowed to pick two midfielders to complement each other. Yeah? But we're going to do one at a time. So you might get one of yours, but not the other. So think on your feet, gentlemen. And I'm going to go. I'm going to go first. I'm chucking in central midfield. I'm going to chuck in Kevin De Bruyne.
Well, best at all time.
He's going to be the attacking part of my midfield too.
Well, so you got to name one and the other then, clearly.
Listen, you can have two attacking or two defensive. It's up to you, my man.
I feel like if we're going to name central midfielders, I feel like you need to name one and the other at the same time, so we get a feel of.
Do that. Go partnership.
You want me to go both?
Yeah, centre midfield partnership.
I'm going to go with.
Otherwise, we'll be here until fucking Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Patrick Vieira.
Oh, it's delightful.
And
it's
De
already. It's already.
And I'm happy with that midfield too. I'm really happy with that midfield too. I'm going to go to Bob. Have you had your meds, by the way?
I'm going to get them now after this bit. I don't want to miss
it. I keep seeing meds in the private chat.
There's priorities in life, and naming a all-time central midfield partnership is a priority ahead of Meds. 100%. Go on, Bob. Get your
Keane and Gerrard.
Oh,
shit, the bed.
Keane and Gerrard.
Oh,
Okay.
I've certainly taken one of mine.
fucking hell.
Yeah, but you're probably going to try and bring back someone from the 70s who probably made one appearance in 1992 or something. And
Oh, that's got me thinking.
oh yeah, Gaza. Oh no, Gaza.
I'll be 1 second. All right.
All right, Bob. Who? All right, Kuva.
You just done one of them.
What, Gaza?
God,
I know.
Gaz didn't play in the Premier League, did he?
Yes, he did, but no, we're talking best ever in the Premier League. He wasn't one of the best ever
He wasn't.
during the Premier League era. Sorry, now I'm going to get my mix.
How can he not do anything with Gaza in it? No, right, okay, not having Gaza. So I'm going to go for.
I got mine too.
Paul Scholes.
Oh, you fucking bastard!
And Matt Letizia.
Oh,
Wow, that's a wild one.
I mean, that's a lot of running for Paul Scholes to do on his own, isn't it?
Yep.
Someone who ran less than a Ndombele. Oh God, two quality players. Shaun.
I'm going to have to say Cesc Fabregas.
Cool. Okay.
And Yaya Toure.
Ooh, good shout.
And you know who none of us went for?
It's mad though that you guys all took my fucking options.
Modric.
Not one of us went for Luka Modric. World Ballon d'Or winner.
He wasn't in the Premier League long enough to be a candidate.
See, they agree.
You all right, mate?
Wait. Sorry. 1 sec. The dogs have seen an intruder.
If Bugsy saw an intruder, she'd go up and go, "Hi, how you doing? I'm Bugsy. Nice to see you. Nice to know you. Hope everything's okay."
Oh, look. Everything is not well with this one. Look. Oh. He's very unhappy, isn't you, mate? And hang on, it's all going off here, lads. It's all going off here.
I can't even find Bugsy. I think Bugsy's gone for. I don't know where she is. I went to try and find her. But...
Okay, so let's move on then. We didn't pick Luka Modric. We didn't pick Moussa Dembele. Oi, stop it. Right wingers. You be flexible with these. We can put wide forwards or wingers. Right winger.
Should we go for right and left, Sav?
Yeah. Let's go old school. Let's do 4-4-2.
Yeah. Let's pick two.
Right,
let's pick two each.
right winger and left winger. Who went last then? Shaun, go on, mate. You.
We're doing now.
Right and left winger.
Right and left winger. Oh, fucking hell. Ryan Giggs on the left, without a shadow of a doubt, and on the right. Decisions. On the right, I'm gonna. Well, Cristiano Ronaldo, can he fit in that spot?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take Giggs and Ronaldo. It's got to be, isn't it?
Sorry, they're going nuts at some. I don't know if someone's at my door. It's like 1 o'clock. I hope not.
It's Tim. It's Tim. Tim Oswald.
If I die live on stream, do you think I'll get more likes and super chats?
I'll sub.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've gone for Ryan Giggs and Cristiano Ronaldo. Kuva?
Yeah. I think I've just stolen the biscuit on that one. What did you say, Savva, earlier? Put the biscuit in the basket or something?
Putting the biscuit in the basket.
Yeah. I think I just done that in the midfielders, in the wingers.
I'll have to go for Gareth Bale.
Oh, you.
No, which wing should I put him on? He could play either, really, couldn't
Yeah,
he?
he can play both.
He's not a bad
Yeah.
option, actually. He's not
So,
a bad
so I'll have just to piss Savva off. I'll go for David Ginola.
I knew you'd do it. I knew you'd do it. I knew you'd do it. I knew it.
He was in my all-time 11 on Hotspur Hood's Marlon show earlier. He was in my. I had to put Gareth Bale back to left back to make room for.
Yeah, it's an acceptable cheat mode. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Bob, go on. I'll go last on this one.
Beckham and Robin.
Oh, I am Robin. Yeah.
Robin, they could intertwine. Beckham played down the left wing a couple of times. Robin cutting from the left, but they can switch as well.
Robin invented the inverted winger, didn't he? He was the invention of that. Yeah,
he played down the left for Holland, didn't he? Yeah.
You could have an argument for Kanchelskis down.
Possibly down the right.
Kanchelskis, okay, maybe. I don't even really remember him. I was too young, but.
Yeah. All I remember about Kanchelskis was his shoulders.
Who's been taken? So we've had Ronaldo and Giggs.
Beckham, Robin, Bale, Ginola.
Oh.
This is not fair.
Yeah, struggle.
Andy Sinton's still there.
Yeah.
Raw Fox has still got a spot open if you need him at all.
There's loads though, Sav. Loads, man.
Mate, I've got my two. It will go down like fucking shit through a letterbox. I'm going to go with Robert Perez on the left.
Oh, good player, though. Nice one.
And Mark Overmars on the right.
I knew you were going to say that.
I'm sorry.
You're attracted to the arse, mate. Yeah.
So, we'll talk about Premier League. Talk about Premier League. Could Sonny do it down the left wing?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you could play him at that position.
For sure. I mean, what I've done inadvertently there, I've just realised is 3 of my midfield 4 is the Arsenal midfield.
You've gone to Arsenal. Plus, I think you had Marcel Desailly. I know he played for Chelsea, didn't he?
I've got Desailly from Chelsea. My goalkeeper was Man United.
Yeah, I think you might have had another Arsenal player somewhere else in the back 4. I'm not sure. I forget now, but. Yeah, I've got my eye on you, Savva. I feel like I
can't help it. I'm picking first next. Okay, so
2 up front.
We did strikers. Yeah. All right,
we did one striker, didn't we?
I'm going to go with strike partnerships. So I'm going to go first here because I feel like
you can't take the one that we've said already, though.
Yeah, I can.
Who did we say already?
Henri. You said Shearer.
No, I said Van Nistelrooy. Yeah.
Van Nistelrooy, Henri.
Okay, so I went with Cantona, so I'll go with one player to play with him that hasn't already been said.
Standard 4-4-2. Interesting.
Cantona and Jurgen Klinsmann. I think that would be a wonderful partnership.
Oof, yeah.
Not a lot of pace in that. Not a lot of pace in that forward line, though. I love being funny.
Mate, I've got Mark Overmars down the right. What are you worried about? I'm all good.
Fair enough.
I'm just trying to think if I've got a single... Klinsmann from Spurs. So, Sean, you picked Shearer, right?
No, I had Van Nistelrooy. Nistelrooy. So alongside Van Nistelrooy, I'm going to have to pick... it's easy peasy. Wayne Rooney. It is easy peasy. Wayne Rooney was good enough to get into that 11, I think.
Yeah.
Just quickly, 9 more likes, people.
Come on, boys.
9 more.
Look at that. We've been playing for an hour, and we've only closed the
This
gap.
has got to be the longest 4 minutes ever.
It's insane.
And I think Perchy might have said, or someone said, they'll do a super chat and donate to charity if we can just get to 200. So it's free for you, but not for them. Bob, you went for...
I went Henri.
You went for Henri. Who's going to play up front with Henri?
Aguero.
Danny Kiriaku's put a nasty name in there. I actually like that, Danny. Less waffle from you. It's been fun to see. That's a nice one.
Right, yeah.
Henri and Aguero.
Thierry Henry and Aguero.
I see.
So cheater.
It sends shivers down.
Drogba. Sorry, who went? Kuvu, you still got to go.
Shearer, yeah, he's got
I only got Shearer so far. So to go alongside him, the obvious one would be Sheringham because we know that's a bloody good partnership.
No.
But I'm going to go with Berbatov.
Oh,
Ahead of Kane.
Yeah.
Ahead of Didier Drogba. Wow.
oh.
There's so many big names. Berbatov.
You can't go too wrong with all these sort of players, can you?
Berbatov is insane.
Now for the subs bench. No.
Four more likes. Now, what we have
Manager.
What
Who's your first choice manager?
Oh, yeah.
Now, something's definitely. I feel like I'm being robbed. Maybe in my house, something's going on in the house. Do
you have two dogs?
Yeah.
Just two. The only people that are in the house are you, your wife, and two dogs.
No, wife.
The missus is at her mum's tonight.
So just you and two dogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something's happening.
Maybe Tommy.
How come
Maybe
they've gone
Tommy's
so quiet, mate?
hanging around.
Huh?
Why are the dogs quiet now?
Because I've just given them a treat and put them in the box.
Tommy's been round.
Tommy's hanging around, isn't he, Tommy?
Right. Manager. Now, who can go first?
It's got to be my turn to go first, isn't it? Or did I go first last time?
I've not been first at all.
Okay.
That's not true.
I haven't.
We've been going so long that nakedhd.fun best adult dating site is now online. It's in. I'll just click it.
He's got an idea or two about the manager.
So I tell you what, Aaron has made a point. Is that look? Zola needs to mention something.
Yeah.
You think the player's not mentioned in there?
Zola, he needs to
Great
mention.
player.
You think people like Robbie Fowler, Michael Owen,
Jesus
Scholes,
Christ,
no one mentioned Scholes.
Zola,
Lampard,
I had Scholes.
Lampard, Kane.
I had Scholes.
JJ Okocha, so good they named him twice.
Yeah.
JJ Okocha doesn't come anywhere near the conversation.
But it was so good they named him twice. Luis Suarez.
Yeah.
Didier Zagora.
Torres.
The Liverpool Fernando Torres, not the Chelsea one. Right.
Torres, yeah.
Who's
Risa, left back.
Who's gonna go first? I feel like I want to go first, but I'm not gonna. That's rude.
It's a typical. The obvious answer is Sir Alex, isn't it?
Okay, Bob.
Bobby, take him then.
You go first.
Who?
Bobby thinks he hasn't gone first yet. He has gone first on 2 occasions, but it's okay, Bobby. Go again.
You're a liar. No.
Two more likes, and Perchy has to give a super chat for £55. No.
Is that what he said? Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I'm joking. 2 more likes. Can we get 2 more likes? Bob, who are you going with? You going with Sir Alex?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, man. I'll be lying.
Yeah, you're going Sir Alex. Kuva.
Oh, no. Don't make me go.
You know what you're going to say.
Don't make me go.
Come on.
You know.
Don't
Come
make me
on.
go. Oh, my God. Sam Allardyce. There's an argument for him being a great manager.
Yeah.
100% England record, that
What
guy.
he did with Bolton.
How many teams he saved from relegation on a consistent basis?
You know
It's
what?
just unreal.
203 likes. Thank you very much.
mate.
Perchy, get your money out. Thank you very much, everyone. Kuva, who are you going for? Or I am going to take Allardyce.
I don't want...
Say it.
Oh, sorry?
Just move on.
No. Sorry, I heard Arsene. What?
It's got to be Wenger.
Arsene Wenger. Well,
It just has to be.
He might as well manage my team. I've got half the Invincibles in mind.
Most of his career competing against Ferguson and still winning a lot. You hate him, but as has been said before, best manager we never had.
What, Fergie?
No,
sorry,
Wenger. Yeah.
Okay, let me just before we do that, Shaun.
Yeah, I'm twisted because I think you have to go
fun.
for.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you the layup on this one, Savva. I'm gonna say say Jose Mourinho, because I think Jose Mourinho over time has probably proven it, done it better across a few different.
I was gonna choose Jose.
Oh, okay.
So you know.
Well, I'll take Pep then, and you can have that shit show.
I'll be honest. I'll take Jose or Pep. I just don't, the disrespect that Jose Mourinho gets across football fans is baffling to me. But yeah, I'll go with Jose. I'll go with Pep if you want Jose.
I'll change my answer. I think Mikel Arteta is the best.
Yeah.
I think he should get a 35-year contract.
At least.
He's a very good manager. He is. So here's one for you guys. Just if anyone needs to go.
I can't be the first one to leave.
I'll go at 2:30. 11 minutes.
Quarter two.
This is the fourth lie.
Oh shit! I said 1:45, didn't I?
Yes.
You also said 1:15 about an hour and 5 minutes ago.
You said we're going to go 4 minutes about 4.5 hours ago. So.
Okay. So what I want you to give me is in the Premier League era, the worst goalkeeper to play for Tottenham Hotspur.
That's easy, man.
Aurelio
Can't
Gomez.
all have the same one. Shaun, you get to go first.
In the Premier League era, the worst goalkeeper to play for Tottenham Hotspur? Gomez. Yeah. Oh, but I actually fucking loved him as well. I loved him. I don't know. Yeah. No, I'm going to say, I'm sure I'm going to be beaten by better options here, but just the first one that came to my mind, because he clattered in. He was causing injuries galore. I'm going to say Gomez. I didn't think Gomez was very good.
Okay, Gomez. Kuva, can you see me a worse pair of hands than Gomez?
Oh yeah, definitely, loads of them.
For Tottenham, right? For Tottenham.
Yeah.
We've had some shockers.
Yeah. Casey. Oh yeah.
Bellini.
Let's go more recent. I'm going to go with Joe Hart.
I mean, what happened to Joe Hart? He seemed like at one point he was England's number one, title winner with Man City, and then he kind of just went, didn't he? Just dropped off a cliff.
Didn't care.
Okay, Joe Hart. Okay, Bob, can you see me another keeper?
He never found a goalkeeper's top to fit him properly. He was always too big, and his hair always got in his eyes. We know what we're talking about. Good old Ian Walker. Never did it for me.
Safe hands.
What? Ian Walker, one of only 2 goalkeepers in the Premier League era to win a trophy. Ian Walker. Mike Walker's son.
Mike Walker took Norwich to 4th, remember?
Yeah.
Bayern Munich away.
But he managed Everton in the Elephant Graveyard. I'm going to chuck in Espen Bardson.
No, he's my favourite. Take that back. He was my number one choice on Hotspur.
Hans Sagers. Remember Hans Sagers?
I remember Hans Sagers. Was he originally?
Yeah, Hans Sagers was hilarious. Yeah. Neil Sullivan, remember him?
He was good. He did all right.
He was all right.
Because we went for a period where we had kind of Neil Sullivan, Casey Keller. They were all okay, but nothing special.
Premiership was a bit late. Sorry, have you gone yet, Sav?
Okay. I'm taking it back.
Yeah,
I'm retracting because it's my rules, and I'm chucking in Galini. I'm chucking in Galini, but what a wonderful rapper I'm told he is. So swings and roundabouts.
I think the Premiership was a little bit too late for Bobby Mims, because otherwise he'd definitely.
Bobby Mims. Okay.
Great name.
Okay. The worst right back.
Easy, man.
I'm not going back round the whole team again. If we're now going from the best ever to the worst ever, I'm gonna drop off. I'll be up for hours, and I've got to be up at 7:00. I love you, Savva. but we can't go from the best to the worst. I thought this was coming to a natural.
Just before you go, we won't go from the best to the worst. Perchy has gone with. Thank you very much for the donation, Perchy. He has gone with Schmeichel, Neville, Terry, King, Cole, Beckham, Modric, Keane, Bale, Kane, Henry. Some noticeable absences there, Mr. Perchy. I mean, no Cristiano Ronaldo. No Ronaldo.
Yeah, no Ronaldo.
No Ronaldo.
I'll tell you what's a bloody good team, though.
Beckham over Ronaldo? Come on.
I suppose it depends what you're looking for, doesn't it?
Well, if you're looking for crosses, then I don't know.
Good team. I'll tell you what, guys. On a serious note, we won't go all the way around that team. Just quickly, name me the worst player Spurs have had in the Premier League era. Any position. And Shaun, you can go first.
Stuart Nethercott.
Poor Nethercott.
I remember it was like the third or fourth game I ever got to see live when I was about 8 or 9 years old. It was the 94-95 season, I believe. I could be wrong on this. And I remember us, we were 0-0 and the ball got crossed in and he literally stood and put his leg up like a flamingo to try to defend it. And it obviously went past him and it landed at the feet of whoever the other team were. I think it might have been Manchester United and they scored the goal. And I always said to my dad, I didn't know much about football then. I was like, who's that fucking Nethercott prick? Cut him out. And so for me, Stuart Nethercott, 100%.
Nethercott, Coover.
One I'm thinking of, I couldn't be sure if he was actually Premiership or just before it because he's round about that time. But we used to have a centre-back called Alton Thelwell.
Yes.
He was Premier League.
He was Premier League. He was definitely Premier League. Yeah.
He played about 15 or so games for us, and you couldn't work out why. And then every season after he left, he went down a division. Every season. Terry Venables was picking him. Terry Venables. Oh my God, it was him. I mean, we criticise Emerson. This bloke genuinely looked like he didn't know how to play football.
That's my choice. Some of the names coming, some of the names that we're seeing here. Listen to these.
Pamaro.
We've got actually. Let me do yours first. Okay, so Alton Thelwell. Sorry, who did you say, Shaun?
Stuart Nethercott.
Stuart Nethercott. Bobby, are you going for a centre half, or can you chuck someone else in?
I'm going to put a bit of flair into this debate. Has to be Kazuyuki Toda. Magnificent. 5 performances.
What an option.
But yeah, good old Toda.
It's the way he said his name as well.
I can think of the perfect midfield.
Let's be honest. When he said Kazuyuki, everyone was like, who? Toda. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
I've got so many floating around my head.
Yeah.
I just don't know where to begin. I mean, the obvious answer, the easy one I want to go to is Paolo Tramezzani. I also want a special mention for the signing of the century that was Andy Booth on loan.
Yeah. Sheffield Wednesday.
I also want to put a special mention in for Emerson. No, I'm not. And I feel like there's been so many. Kevin Scott was god awful.
Jason Cundy.
Jason.
And his wife. I'd rather his wife played for us than Jason, to be honest.
And lots of people are saying Judas just purely because he's Judas. I mean, if you remember him, Mayhorn, No Pamaro. I mean, No Pamaro had the biggest legs I think I've ever seen in my life.
Tuba.
Timoteo Tuba.
Get some Fernandez.
Timoteo Tuba. Timoteo Tuba.
Here we go. Ndombele.
That was going to be the midfield partner for Toda for me was Jason Dazelle.
Guys, honestly, I'm leaving it there. No more. I can't do any more. I'm knackered.
Yeah, same.
Listen, first of all, thank you to all the people.
Come on, there's one to finish that off perfectly with, though, isn't
No,
it?
come on.
If you've done players, you're just going to do worst manager. That's an easy one as well.
I can't be the first to leave, but I have to press the leave button soon. So
worst manager. I mean, I feel like there's not as many options. Oh, there are. Right. I'm going to go with Pochettino.
Worst Tottenham manager.
Just winding
kidding.
you up, man.
Just kidding. I'm gonna go first and go with Jacques Zantini.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I need to look up.
I've still left you at Christian Gross. Don't worry.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Right, Kuva, who's yours?
Got to be Christian Gross following that. Yeah, it really does.
Right, someone who wants Nuno.
Yeah, Nuno. I was going to say it. I look like him, so why not?
No, Shaun.
I'm gonna have to say, I'm gonna go for. Fuck, it's difficult because there's a whole bunch of people that are just below the top. I'm gonna say
Ramos in the second season.
Ryan Mason. I think I didn't.
Ryan Mason. Bless him, guys. I am leaving it there.
Worst assistant manager. Come on. That's right.
Worst assistant. Next show we'll do kits. Look, on a serious note, listen, first of all, thank you so much for everybody who's been with us for like 4.5 hours. I can't believe it's gone on this long. You've seen amazing things happen tonight. Shaun and I, we fell out. We've kissed and made up. I've eaten some Percy pigs. Bob's threatened to do his medicine about 1 million times.
Yeah.
Kuva's threatened to do nothing. He's just been sitting there looking pretty the whole show. My dogs have seen some intruders or ghosts. My stalker's not been here. We've had an Arsenal fan called Tim. It's all been happening. Much love. Thank you very much. And I will see you all very, very soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.